Satu dua tiga. Tes, tes. Tes. Siap. Assalamualaikum. Tes satu dua tiga. Tes. Atur-atur emang. Amun rada nge-feedback langsung letukan.
Break. I love it.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the fourth international seminar on applied mathematics and mathematics education. May I have your attention, please, because our event will commence shortly. So please, to all the participants, make sure that your microphone is mute and please turn on your camera during this event. Thank you. We kindly remind you that to all the participants, please make sure that your microphone is mute during this event, and please, your camera should be on during this event because this event will commence shortly. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the fourth International Seminar on Applied Mathematics and Mathematics Education, organized by Mathematics Education Department and Postgraduate of Mathematics Education of IKIP Siliwangi. I am Sharina Munggarani Mustisi, and I will be the master of ceremony for today. The Honorable of Rector IKIP Siliwangi, Professor Dr. Hajah Ais Eti Rohaiti, MPD, the Honorable Vice Rector of Academic, Dr. Hajah Wikaningsih, MPD, the Honorable Vice Rector of Resources, Dr. Wahyu Hidayat, MPD, the Honorable Vice Rector of Finance and Facility, Dr. M. Afrilianto, MPD, the Honorable Dean of Mathematics Education and Science Faculty, Professor Joshua Sabbandar, MA, PhD, the Honorable Speakers, distinguished guests, participants, and presenters. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us pray and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His bless and mercy, we can come together without any obstacle here with healthy condition in this seminar. Second, let us greet and pray to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who had brought us to the path of light and left the darkness in this life. Ladies and gentlemen, ISAME is an annual conference, and we always have a theme each year. And this year, theme is advocating innovation of mathematics studies through literacy, numeracy, and computational thinking skills. ISAME will have numerous inspiring and engaging sessions from panel by our distinguished speakers, also parallel sessions by our participants. Now, to begin this event, we are going to sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Hymn of IKIP Siliwangi.
Aku
Ladies and gentlemen, let us start by praying so the event that we will hold on this day will run smoothly. The prayer will be led by Bapak Usman Arifin MPD. To Bapak Usman, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we start this seminar activity, let's pray together. Let me pray using Islamic procedure. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina wa habibina wa maulana Muhammad. Wassalim wa radiyallahu tabaraka an kulli sahabati rasulillahi ajmain amin ya rabbal alamin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa li'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad. Ya Allah ya Ghafur, ya Allah ya Ghafur. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidayya warhamhuma kama rabbayani shaghira. ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. Ya Allah ya Sangku Rabbi auzini an ashkura ni'mataka allati an'amta alayya wa ala walidayya wa an a'mala salihan tardahu wa adkhilni bi rahmatika fi ibadika salihin. Ya Allah yang Qadir, ya Allah yang Qadir, ya Allah yang Qadir. Rabbi hablana minas salihin, Rabbi hablana minal muttaqin, Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Ya Allah yang Qadir, Allahumma la sahla illa ma ja'altahu sahla wa anta taj'alul hazna idza syi'ta sahla. Ya Allah yang Qadir, Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid dini wa afiatan fil jasadina wa afiatan fil jasadina wa barakatan fir rizqina wa taubatan qoblal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi sakaratil maut wan najata minan nari wal afwa idal hisab. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin nabiyil ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Subhanaka rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-Fatihah. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, everyone will get a special Indonesian dance performance by students of Mathematics Education Program IKIP Siliwangi. Without any further ado, please give applause and enjoy.
lumayan kalau saya pakai ini.
full performance. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a next agenda. So as our first agenda for the opening ceremony, we would like to invite the chairman of this event, Bapak Wahyu Setiawan MPD, to deliver the report of this event. To Bapak Wahyu Setiawan, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting to all of us. The Honorable Rector of IKIP Siliwangi, Professor Dr. Hajah Ais Eti Rohaiti MPD, the Honorable Vice Rector of Academics, Dr. Hajah Wikaningsih MPD, the Honorable Vice Rector of Sources, Dr. Wahyu Hidayat MPD, the Honorable Vice Rector of Finance and Facilities, Dr. Muhammad Aprilianto, MPD, and the Honorable Main Speaker and all participants. Praise and gratitude. We pray to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has still given us physical and mental strength and health so that we can gather here on Wednesday, December 14, 2022. To attend the opening ceremony of the International Seminar on Applied Mathematics and Mathematics Education organized by the Mathematics Education Study Program, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, IKIP Siliwangi. Ladies and gentlemen, as the host, we welcome the speakers, accompanying speakers, participants, and invited guests who have attended the seminar we are holding. This international seminar is the fourth international seminar held by the Mathematics Education Study Program, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, IKIP Siliwangi, with the theme Advocating Innovation of Mathematics Studies through Literacy, Numeracy, and Computational Thinking Skills. This is an international seminar that specifically discusses mathematics learning in society era 5.0, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, higher order thinking skills, learning innovation, and information computer and technology-based learning. It is expected that seminar activities can be a forum for scientific interaction between students, teachers, researchers, practitioners, and lecturers. Given the high enthusiasm of the participants and the many benefits obtained, it is hoped that the seminar can be held on ongoing basis every year. Ladies and gentlemen, the development of education in the 21st century has demanded the acceleration of human equality in the future. The achievement of this quality is highly dependent on the quality of the learning process that is being carried out and is separate problem for the world of education in Indonesia. Departing from this concern, the faculty held a scientific forum within the scope of the international seminar in order to provide a solution to create innovative learning in the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, we received 200 speakers, both internal to IKIP Siliwangi and from outside IKIP Siliwangi, and 182 participants who were not speakers. Selected papers will be published in the Infinity Journal, JPMI, and JEML. We express our deep gratitude to the Chancellor of IKIP Siliwangi, the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, the head of the Department of Mathematics Education Study Program, the member of the steering committee, and all implementing committees for their support and assistance from the time of preparation to holding the seminar. Thanks also to the Thank you also to the main speakers, presenters, participants, reviewers, and moderator. And we also thank the sponsor who have supported this seminar. We hope that this event will be able to strengthen collaboration and networking between researchers, participants, and institutions. Finally, we apologize for any inconvenience caused by the committee limitation in the seminar. Thank you for all. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado on this occasion, I would like to convey my congratulations on the seminar and my hope that it will be result useful thought concept for the homeland and the nation. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Bapak Wahyu Setiawan MPD. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Dean of Mathematics Education and Science Faculty, Professor Joshua Sabandar, MA PhD, to deliver the welcoming address to Professor Joshua Sabandar, MA PhD. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, a very good morning to all of you. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Ladies and gentlemen, attendants of this seminar. ISME is a program designed by Department of Mathematics Education, the Institute of Teacher Training and Education, IKIP Siliwangi, and it is held every year. It offers opportunity to math teachers, lecturers, as well as researchers to take part in the seminar conducted virtually, such that, or in such a way that the participants could benefit in order to be able to improve and develop their career in terms of level of education, as well as their career and roles and position in their institution. Of course, we all realize and expect that there will be many new information presented in this seminar regarding innovation, IT, and numerical literacy, as mentioned in the theme of this seminar. On the one hand, we hope that your participation could make the seminar a successful one. And on the other hand, you could also take advantage on it by sharing new ideas, asking good questions, etc. And last but not least, make this occasion as a forum to communicate and cooperate, as a forum to communicate and cooperate among students, lecturers, researchers in mathematical education. We would like to express our warm appreciation to specifically to the four main speakers and other presenters, as well as the other participants. And we thank also Professor Dr. Eis, MPD, as Director of IKIP Siliwangi for her kind support. Thank you all, and may you all enjoy the seminar, and may God bless you all. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Joshua Salbander, MA, PhD. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Rector of IKIP Siliwangi, Professor Dr. Hajah Eis Ety Rohaiti, MPD, to deliver her speech and officially open this event. To Professor Dr. Hajah Eis Ety Rohaiti, MPD, the floor is yours. Okay, the committee, please unmute.
Okay, thank you for the time given to me. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Vice Rectors of IKIP Siliwangi, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education and Director of Postgraduate IKIP Siliwangi, the Head of Mathematics Education and Postgraduate Mathematics Education Study Program, all the presenters and their all participants, the Honorable all keynote speakers in this webinar. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacle. Ladies and gentlemen, as an innovative campus, IKIP Siliwangi always supports all departments to improve their qualities and also encourage them to have programs to build academic atmosphere such as this webinar. Mathematics teachers today face greater challenges than in previous era. Mathematics teachers have to deal with students who are far more diverse, more complex and difficult problems. The standard of the learning process and also demands for the achievement of student higher thinking abilities. This is due to major transformation and social, economic, political, and cultural aspect driven by rapid development of science and technology, demographic changes, globalization, and the environment, which have a major impact on school and teacher professionalism. Therefore, this webinar supports the students of Mathematics Education Study Program who are the future teachers to know more comprehensively and digital literacy and to integrate technology for innovative mathematics teaching and learning. Hopefully, this webinar can be a medium to share ideas, can add depth of knowledge and competence of our lecturers and students, and can make mathematics education and postgraduate mathematics study program to be a creative and innovative study program in the field of mathematics teaching and learning. It's line with IKIP Siliwangi motto, the leader of learning innovation. Finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the International Seminar on Applied Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2022 entitled Advocating Innovation of Mathematics Studies through Literacy, Numeracy, and Computational Thinking Skill, I officially open. Thank you for your kind attention. My apologies if there are mistaken or less pleasing words. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Ais as a rector of IKIP Siliwangi to officially open this event. Thank you very much, Prof. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony of the 4th International Seminar on Applied Mathematics and Mathematics Education of IKIP Siliwangi in 2022. So we would like now proceed to the next agenda, which is the presentation session. But before that, we would like to inform you that we have the announcement of the winner of poster competition. So please be stay tuned. And this event sponsored by One Wadma, BRI Bank, BTN Bank, Kandaga, Erlangga, and CV Rapi Jaya. Thank you so much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, presentation session 1 and 2 hosted by Dr. Hari Dwi Putra, MPD. So please welcome our first moderator, Dr. Hari Dwi Putra, MPD. The floor is yours.
Thank you for giving me time as a moderator for this session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our panel session of the seminar ISAME 2022 is about to begin. Thank you for preparing yourself to join our virtual seminar. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. Respectable Director of IKIP Siliwangi, respectable the Chairman of ISAME 2022, the Honorable All Committee and Lecturer of the Mathematics Education Department, and the Honorable all participants of this virtual seminar. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Dr. Hari Dwi Putra, MPD, Mathematics Education Lecturer in IKIP Siliwangi. I am the moderator of this panel session. I am very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this virtual seminar. The first seminar material in this panel session is about computational thinking introductions. The first speaker at this time is Professor Dr. H. Harris Hendriana, MPD. Introduce me to mention Prof. Harris' curriculum vitae. Prof. Harris in 2019 in education in Utrecht University in Netherlands, and his leadership in 2008 until 2012 be the leader of IKIP STKIP Siliwangi. And then until 2013 until 2017 be a leader also in IKIP Siliwangi. In the year 2017 until 2021, Prof. Harris be a rector of IKIP Siliwangi. And now, in 2020 until this time, Prof. Harris be a director of postgraduate in IKIP Siliwangi. Excellent leadership of Prof. Harris. About the organization, 2019 until 2024, Prof. Harris be a president IMES, Indonesian Mathematics Educator Society. In the same period, Prof. Harris also be a leader of ICMI Orda in Cimahi. And then in 2017 until 2022, Prof. Harris be a leader of education field in ICMI West Java. In 2020 until 2025, Prof. Harris be a leader of Pakar PGRI in West Java. And 2020 until now, until 2022, Prof. Harris be a voice leader of INDO-MS, Indonesian Mathematics and Statistics. And so Prof. Harris have many leadership in organization. About the publication, Prof. Harris have published article in reputable international journal, accredited national journal, and books on mathematics education. In 2018, Prof. Harris published the article about scientific approach in developing mathematics analogy and communication ability of junior high school student in remote area. The article published in International Proceeding. In 2019, the article with title "The Student Mathematics Creative Thinking Ability of junior high school through problem-solving approach, published in Journal Infinity. And then, in the same years, the article published with title, The Innovation of Learning Trajectory on Multiplication Operation for Rural Area Students in Indonesia. In the years 2020, the article published with the title, The Effectiveness of GeoGebra's Metacognitive Guidance to Develop Critical Thinking Skill, published in International Journal on Emerging Mathematics Education. There are a part of the publication of Prof. Harris and many more publication that I can mention in this session. And then the book of Prof. Harris also many title. In 2011, a book titled about algebra. In 2013, a book about education filsafat, philosophy of education. In 2014, Prof. Harris published the book about evaluation of mathematics learning. In 2016, Prof. Harris published the book with the title Application Adobe Flash Action Script 2.0 through Mathematics Learning as an innovative approach. In 2017, Prof. Harris also submit or published the books with title Hard Skill and Soft Skill in Mathematics. So a new books in 2019, the title about innovative learning in mathematics with education, value, and characters. So many achievements that Prof. Harris have. So in this time, allow me to welcome the speaker, Prof. Harris, to deliver his presentation. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. The Honorable Mrs. Norila Binti Satari from Tun Hussein On. The Honorable Mr. Mahmed Felix from Turkey. The Honorable Mr. Dr. Subanji MPD MSI from UNM. And the Honorable ladies and gentlemen, Today, I will present my paper about introduction of computational thinking. If we talk about computational thinking, then we will remember about artificial intelligence, because computational thinking is part of artificial intelligence. Okay, artificial intelligence is a part of science where a machine or computer can do what humans can do. The use of computer is not only a tool for calculating, but can help humans to complete their work better and faster. Artificial intelligence is divided into two schools of thought, namely conventional artificial intelligence and computational thinking. Artificial intelligence is a subset of computational thinking that focuses more on problems with higher cognition. Problems with lower cognition or those closely related to perception or control are the realms of computational thinking. What is computational thinking? Computational thinking is an approach that applies human thinking in an uncertain way, be things and learning. This intelligent system has human capabilities in certain matters and can condition when changes occur in the environment so that it can explain the results that have been obtained. Computational thinking can solve non-algorithmizable problems because it is one of the computer science disciplines. The goal of computational thinking is to help solve humans' problems. And then, computational thinking is a structured strategy to solve problems and achieve the desired solution, which consists of four components, namely decomposition, pattern recognition, abstraction, and algorithm. Decomposition is the process of breaking a complex problem into much smaller parts. The parts of the problem that are broken down can then be formed, understood, evaluated, and solved separately. Pattern recognition is identifying pattern can help us to solve problems more effectively by detecting similarities between patterns in problems. We can make predictions and create rules and solve problems. The third is abstraction. It decides which details of information or data need to be highlighted and which can be ignored. Abstraction makes it easier to solve a problem. And then algorithm is the ability to design structured steps in order to meet the needs of solving problems or tasks. The aspect of computational thinking is logical thinking, algorithmic thinking, efficiency, and innovative thinking. Computational thinking can integration in school subject. If we have the thematic activity, we can use the inquiry-based learning, problem-based learning, and project-based learning if CT will be integration in school subject. And then, for example, of the computational thinking question, we have series numbers, and between the series number is the blanks of series number. We can solve the problems with computational thinking. In sticks decomposition, we can mix it two groups about series number, and then we can pattern recognition stage with the and can be we make abstraction like this and algorithm step by step how to mix these numbers. And then the second example of computational thinking question is in the study tour bus, there are 3 groups of children who will be delivered to different destinations. The bus stop first at a restaurant, then at a hotel, and finally at a museum. There is only one language storage area beside the bus which can only be opened from one door. The bus drivers want to arrange the passenger lounge so that they can be easily removed. Help the bus driver determine the order in which the suitcase should be put in storage. I think enough, and thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Harris. The material about computational thinking introduction. We have also here about the definition of artificial intelligence, and we also know about the component of structure strategy to solve problem and achieve. And then we also have know about the aspect of computational thinking and the example about the computational thinking question. Very interesting material. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session discussion. Continue to door prize. Door prize, we have other event, so I'm back to the MC.
Thank you very much to our first moderator for this event, Dr. Hari Dwi Putra, MPD. But before we go to the presentation session 2, as I mentioned before, that ISAME is not only about presenting or sharing the knowledge or information between or among the presenters and all the participants here, but we have the interesting thing today. we are going to have the poster competition. As I mentioned before that, please stay tuned to all the participants, because the committee will announce who are the winners, because we have some categories here. So are you ready? We are going to have the poster competition. I will show you the poster competition, but before we take a look to the poster competition, please follow our Instagram of Mathematics Education Program of IKIP Siliwangi. Di Instagram kita di pmatematika.ikip-siliwangi. Okay, once again, I mention again, pmatematika.ikip-siliwangi, because you can vote for the favorite winner for the poster competition today. Oh, I think all of you very curious about our posters. So please take a look.
karena tingginya permintaan, saat ini harga biji kopi
What a great poster and interesting poster. So please don't forget to vote your favorite poster, and the committee will announce who is the winner for the favorite poster for this event. Before we go to the next presentation session, and before I invite again Dr. Hari Dwi Putra, MPD, we have a door prize. So who wants to get a door prize? Please raise your hand. You can choose the reaction, okay? So I'm going to ask you one question, and please be prepared. If you know the answer, please raise your hand. Just click the feature, raise your hand. The question is, oh yeah, I forgot. So if you are right, we have the door prize from our sponsor, one of our sponsor, Kandaga Computer. That is a pointer. Okay, it's very useful for you. So the question is, please mention 5 speakers for the ISAME today, and please mention in the full name and also the university and country. Okay, so don't forget to mention the full name, the university, and also the country from all the speakers. Okay, I'm going to see from this big screen who are the first raise hand. Please, the committee, please help me to mention the participants who will join us and who will answer the question. Okay, wait a minute. Nurul, can you open your microphone? Please unmute. Okay. Hello, Nurul.
Hello, Miss.
Hi, Nurul. Can you hear my voice?
Hello, second, is my heard?
Okay, Nurul, can you hear my voice?
Test.
Yes, okay. So please mention 5, the speakers, the full name, of course, the university, and also the country from the speakers.
Well, for first speaker, Professor Dr. Haris Hendriana, MPD from IKIP Siliwangi, Indonesia. And then second speaker, Mr. Mehmet Feliz, PhD from Amayasa University, Turkey. And then the third speaker is Mrs. Siti Mayasuri Patahudin, PhD from the University of Canberra, Australia. And then the fourth speaker is Mrs. Norila Binti Satari from IPG Kampus Tun Hussein On, Malaysia. And the last speaker is Dr. Subanji, MPD, MSI, from the State University of Malang, Lamdik Assessor, Indonesia.
Okay, so how about the committee? The answer is correct or no? Right, okay, please give applause to Nurul. Okay, Nurul, congratulations. You will get the pointer from our sponsor, Kandaga Computer. Thank you very much, Nurul.
Yeah, thank you too, Miss.
Okay, so the committee will contact you, yeah? Why are you so Singaporean? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Nurul. Please enjoy this event. Okay, so we are going to have the next presentation session. So I would like to invite the next, not yet? Okay, how about, oh yeah, I will remind you that you can vote. You have a chance and time to vote the poster in the poster competition for today. So please visit our Instagram, pmatematika.ikip_siliwangi. Don't forget to follow and please give like and give the like for the best poster in your version. Okay, so without any further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Hari Dwi Putra, MPD, as the moderator for the second presentation session.
Distinguished guys, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to the second panel session. The speaker is Dr. Mehmet Filis, PhD. Hello, Dr. Mehmet. How are you today? Please unmute your microphone, Doctor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. What time is it in the Turkey, Dr. Mehmet?
At 5.
At 5.
Yeah.
In Indonesia
5 a.m.
at 9. 9 past
Yes.
5 minutes.
How are you doing?
In this panel session is about measuring high order thinking skill and improving student use of learning strategies through the online concept mapping tool in statistic education. The speaker at this time is Mehmet Filis, PhD. He is an assistant professor at the Amasya University, Turkey, Faculty of Education, Department of Education Sciences, Division of Assessment and Evaluation in Education. Allow me to mention your CV. Dr. Mehmet has received his doctor PhD degree in education at the Queen's University of Belfast, United Kingdom in 2019. He has published many articles in peer-reviewed international journal, international conferences, book chapter published by international publishing companies, book chapter published by international publishing companies, peer-reviewed international journal, and national conferences. A very proud achievement from Dr. Mehmet. Before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. The first is the presentation of the material during 40 minutes. Dr. Mehmet?
Yep.
Are you ready to present? Okay,
Yes.
time it's yours.
Thank you. Can you see my presentation now? Okay. As he said, my name is Mehmet Filis. I am a lecturer at Amasya University in Turkey in the Division of Assessment and Evaluation in Education. My presentation is about how to measure higher order thinking skills and improve students' use of learning strategies through online concept mapping tool in statistics education. I will try to complete my presentation about in 40 minutes. So today's outline is I will talk about how to measure higher order thinking skills in statistics education. And I will talk about learning strategies for regulating statistics cognition. And I'm going to introduce the concept for learning website. And I will talk about the methodology of my research, results, recommendations, and reflection on the use of the concept webs for learning in teaching and learning. So, harder order thinking skills according to Bloom's taxonomy, there are 6 different categories: remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, creating. There are some keywords that's related to these levels. For remembering, retrieving, recognizing, and recalling relevant knowledge from long-term memory, find out, learn terms, facts, methods, procedures, and concepts. For understanding, constructing meanings from oral, written, and graphic messages through interpreting, exemplifying, classifying, summarizing, inferring, comparing, and explaining. Understanding uses and implications of terms, facts, methods, procedures, and concepts. At applying step, carrying out or using a procedure through executing or implementing, make use of, apply practice theory, solve problems, use information in new situations. At analyzing stage, breaking material into constituent parts, determining how the parts relate to one another, and to an overall structure or purpose through differentiating, organizing, and attributing, take concepts apart, break them down, analyze structure, recognize assumptions and poor logic, evaluate relevancy. For evaluating, making judgment based on the criteria and standards through checking and critiquing set standards, judge using standards, evidence, rubrics, accept or reject on the basis of criteria. The last stage is creating, putting elements together to form a coherent and functional whole, reorganizing elements into a new pattern or structure through generating, planning, or producing, put things together, bring together various parts, write theme, present speech, plan and experiment, put information together in new and creative way. So I will be talking about two different ways of measuring higher order thinking skills in statistics by using multiple choice questions and concept maps. So for knowledge level, a sample questions related to ANOVA would be, in performing the usual hypothesis test in the analysis of variance using the mean square ratio. Alternative hypothesis is that A, at least two of the underlying group means are different. B, underlying group means are different. C, all the within group variance are equal. D, at least two within groups variance are different. E, in all within group variance are different. This question refers to knowledge level. For comparand level, in a comparison of gas mileage per gallon, measurements are taken on 10 Honda Civics, 15 Toyota Yaris, and 30 Mazda 3S. Name one of the parameters of interest. This is level of comprehension. For applying, there is a question like that. A study investigates whether the month of birth impacts on the time a baby learns to crawl. Parents with children born, it goes on. There is a table showing like birth month, January, February, October, and crawling age. Data from each month. Each month are assumed to follow a normal distribution. The analysis is by ANOVA with an incomplete ANOVA table is given below. Complete the test statistics for the test. So they can compute degrees of freedom, mean squares, and F value here. At the analysis stage, there is a case given. In order to compare true mean among the three drug groups of patients at the end of 2 years period, which of the following hypothesis test is most appropriate? Based on the case, students may be asked to decide which hypothesis is better for the case. So another way of measuring higher order thinking skills is concept maps. Concept maps have been proposed as a tool that can help develop and exercise higher order thinking skills, including critical thinking, reflective thinking, synthesis, analysis, among others. In most cases, students don't reach the level of practice and expertise in the concept mapping required to develop their critical thinking skills due to the lack of time provided by their instructors and the lacking environment in which concept mapping takes place. Therefore, there are some tools like the electronic tools that students can use to create concept maps out of schools. Here is the example of concept maps on types of the ANOVA. It shows the relationship between a few concepts. For example, dependent variable, equivalent variable, factors, number of time points, one factor, two factor, one time point, two or more time points, one way between groups ANOVA, one way repeated measures ANOVA, and two-way between groups ANOVA. As you can see here, there must be two or more time points to conduct one-way repeated measures. However, there is only one time point to conduct one-way between groups ANOVA and two-way between groups ANOVA. This concept maps help students to decide which types of ANOVA they should use in their test. Also, when we ask students to create concept maps, we are gonna learn the relationship between concepts in their minds when they create this one. So, learning strategies for regulating statistics cognition can be divided into two main categories: cognitive strategies and metacognitive strategies. Cognitive strategies include rehearsal, elaboration, organizations. On the other hand, metacognitive strategies include planning, self-monitoring, and self-regulation. Self-rehearsal strategies refers that learners frequently repeat formulas or definitions to memorize or solve the practice problems. Elaboration strategies include paraphrasing and summarizing. Organization strategies refer to highlighting important part of the text and outlining or mapping what has been learned. On the other hand, metacognitive strategies are learners' ability of planning and evaluating their learning, analysis of the task recording, their learning needs and goals, monitoring their learning, and transferring of their knowledge. So let me introduce the concept maps for learning, which I developed for my PhD studies. As you can see here, like there is username and password. There are like 4 different users. In this presentation, I will talk about only different ways of learning units. That means students panel only. So, according to NCM, strategic use of technology in the teaching of learning mathematics is the use of digital and physical tools by students and teachers in thoughtfully designed way and at carefully determined times so that the capabilities of the technology enhance how students and educators learn, experience, communicate, and do mathematics. Technology must be used in this way in all classrooms to support all students' learning of mathematical concepts and procedures, including those that students eventually employ without the aid of technology. Strategic uses support effective teaching practices and are consistent with the research in teaching and learning. So I am going to talk about TPEG. I assume that many of you knows about this one. Technological Pedagogical Content Knowledge Framework. So there are six different terms that when they combine, you will have technological pedagogical content knowledge framework. So content knowledge describes teachers' own knowledge of the subject matter. Pedagogical pedagogical knowledge describes teachers' knowledge of the practices, processes, and methods regarding teaching and learning. Technological tools describes teachers' knowledge of and the ability to use various technologies, technological tools, and associated resources. Pedagogical content knowledge describes teachers' knowledge regarding foundational areas of teaching and learning, including new curricular development, student assignment, and reporting results. Technological content knowledge describes teachers' understanding of how technology and content can both influence and push against each other. So lastly, technological pedagogical knowledge. This describes teachers' understanding of how particular technologies can change both the teaching and learning experiences by introducing new pedagogical affordance and constraints. So I am going to match the typical framework and the concept maps for learning website. So to create concept maps, there are different ways. Teacher can give the list of the concepts then to students to create concept maps. This is one way. Another way, teachers ask students to list all the concepts related to the unit. Then they can ask them to create concept maps. Another one is slightly different. Teachers can make pairs of concepts and ask students to rate their relatedness degree. And by using Pathfinder software, these ratings can be converted into concept maps. So in the concept maps for learning website, Pathfinder algorithm is used. So the technology is Pathfinder software. There are 3 different pedagogies: teacher feedback, peer feedback, and independent study. Lastly, the content is types of ANOVA, one-way ANOVA, one-way repeated measures ANOVA, and two-way ANOVA. So I'm gonna show a video about how students engage in teacher feedback pedagogy. In this video, I will to use concept maps for learning website. Everyone this So this is how how students engage with peer feedback pedagogy. Sorry? I couldn't hear you. This is the last one. It is shorter. The video shows how students engage in independent study pedagogy. So, in order, I briefly introduced the Concept Maps for Learning website. It has 3 different pedagogies: teacher feedback pedagogy, peer feedback pedagogies, and independent study pedagogies. In order to measure the effectiveness of this website on student statistics proficiency, I conducted randomized control trial to examine the differential effects of independent study, teacher, and peer feedback. There were 53 undergraduate and graduate students at Queen's University of Belfast who had previously taken at least one statistics-related course, completed pretest in my research. After completing 4 assigned learning units, participants completed a series of post-tests. There are 36 participants completed my research, 12 participants for each pedagogy. A process evaluation was conducted that included data gathering using semi-structural interviews with a randomly selected group of 5 participants. I also used semi-structured interviews to know what learning strategies they have used in their course and while using website. This allowed me to compare students' use of various learning strategies in both settings. I found that in my research, data analysis indicate that providing teacher feedback, peer feedback, and independent study pedagogies didn't lead to statistically significant gains for students regarding their superficial knowledge of unknown concepts. Conversely, students studying using teacher feedback pedagogy who significantly improved deep knowledge of unknown concepts when compared to those who undertook independent study pedagogies. So this is, after this, I will talk about how students employed different learning strategies in engaging with the Concept Maps for Learning website with different pedagogies. The cross-case comparison of learning strategies deployed in the adapted Concept Maps first concepts first teaching approach and the Concept Maps for Learning website. This comparison helped to identify the effects of learning units with different pedagogies on the interviews use of learning strategies. So I am going to give you an example of 3 different cases: participant J, participant A, and participant H. So this is the transcript of participants J's. She talked about how she created her final assignment in their coursework. So I am not going to read all. Based on this interview, I have created this diagram. So to create her final assignment, she reads books, handouts, and relevant studies, and checks if she could understand. If she cannot, read again and check again. If she cannot understand, she asks her friend to describe the process, like talk about statistical tests and so on. So she used only a few metacognitive strategies, as you can see, and only rehearsal strategy. Rehearsal is cognitive learning strategy, just reading, and checking as a metacognitive learning. Read again, asking friends, regulation of her learning. This is an example of those engaged in teacher feedback pedagogy. This is what she has done while using the concept maps for learning website with teacher pedagogy. As you can see here, thanks to the website, she started using different types of learning cognitive and metacognitive strategies, rehearsal and organization. Like while she was doing her final assignment, she didn't use any organization strategies, and she started using monitoring and regulation strategies. So when she asked to rate the relatedness of degree of concept pairs, she uses self-questioning. And the concept maps provide, the visual feedback map provides her to monitor her progress. Also organization. This map shows if how many links, which links she knows correctly, which links she knows mistakenly, which link she doesn't know. It helps her to judgment of her learning. And she started reading teacher feedback, reading, listening, or so on. And check her knowledge. If she couldn't understand the feedback, she Googles and try to know the reason for the relationship between two concepts. Another participant is A. He was engaged in teacher peer feedback pedagogies. In his final assignments in the course, she watched YouTube videos and read relevant studies and books to learn how to conduct statistical tests. And he checks his understanding. If he cannot understand, he asks his friends about how to interpret statistical tests. But when it comes to engage in peer feedback pedagogy in concept maps for learning website, you can see the diagram. It is very complex. So peer comparison maps allows him to do self-questioning and judgment of his own learning. After judgment of his own learning, he provides feedback and receives feedback. So, to provide feedback, he reads relevant literature, asking his another friend, he reads books, he Googles, and check his understanding, write answers or feedback in his own words. When he receives feedback, he reads and he self-tests his understanding, and he also googles he also googles if the received feedback is correct, or if he couldn't grasp the knowledge, he googles to learn before moving to a new topic. This is participants H, who engage in independent study pedagogies. So, to do his assignment, he reads books and checks his understanding. If he couldn't understand the book, asks his friends to interpret for him, and he also used sending emails to his tutors what to do with data. Like he has a problem. His main purpose of the study is to decide which statistical test appropriate with his data. So when he engaged in independent study, you can see here, there is not much use of different learning strategies, almost same as in doing his assignments. So by using rating tasks, he self-questions and reads instructional materials and check his understanding. If he couldn't understand the materials at the first reading, reads over and over. So, an interview undertaking teacher feedback pedagogy asserted that while studying teacher feedback, she took notes and related what she has learned with the previous assignment about PISA. Another interview studying peer feedback pedagogy expressed that he replied to his peers' question in his own words after comprehending information gathered from several sources such as websites, books, journal articles, and his friends. These strategies can be considered as elaboration strategies. Therefore, it can be concluded that participants undertaking teacher feedback and peer feedback pedagogies executed more elaboration learning strategies than those in the receipt of independent study pedagogy. So how about use of metacognitive learning strategies? One interview in the receipt of teacher feedback pedagogy asserted that teacher-based feedback concept maps assisted her to finalize if any links between two concepts are correct or wrong. Similarly, another interview undertaking peer feedback indicated that diet-based feedback concept maps help him to recognize what he knows, what he should learn, what he can teach his peer. Lastly, one interview in the receipt of peer feedback revealed that he answered his peer's question by reviewing websites, books, and journal articles, or asking his friends if he didn't know the answer. This strategy can be classified as a self-regulation learning strategy. At the end of my research, I would recommend following things. Repeating this study with sample from different contexts or a larger sample size and developing more learning units are recommended. There is a need for further studies aiming to explore the effects of different teaching pedagogic approaches on students' use of cognitive and metacognitive learning strategies. Reflection on the use of concept maps for learning website in teaching and learning, breaking down boundaries. The concept map for learning website doesn't limit lesson time to the traditional walls of the classroom, creating a true learning continuum between home and school, simplifying lesson preparation. The concept maps for learning website allows teachers to provide interactive and multimedia-rich feedback, which can be delivered across a range of technologies for use in and out of classroom, introducing interactivity. The Concept Maps for Learning website is a multi-platform software which can work on any devices having internet connection, aiding assignment. The Concept Maps for Learning website can provide timely feedback to teachers, which allows them to determine how well a class is understanding a lesson and even drill down to individual students' comprehension, flexible content and tools. The Concept Maps for Learning website consists of a mix of resources, response to students' needs and interests, which allows for differentiated learning path and pace. Encouraging collaboration, a learning unit with peer feedback in the Concept Maps for Learning website facilitates collaborative learning. Lastly, student reflection and ownership. The Concept Maps for Learning website encourage a focus on metacognitive strategies for learning and prompt students to pursue their passions and ownership of their work. So, to create an assessment, I would recommend reading 2 articles. The first one is published by Journal of Statistical Education. The title is Calibrating Difficulty of an Assessment Tool, the Blooming of a Statistical Examination. This paper shows how you can create multiple choice questions at the different steps, like different levels based on Bloom's taxonomy. Another one is published by Knowledge Management and a Learning Journal. The title is Developing Higher Order Thinking Skills with Concept Mapping, a Case of Pedagogic Frailty. The authors are Canas, Reiska, and Molitz. This is very good paper. If you want to use concept maps in your class, you should definitely read this article. Thank you for listening my presentation. Now you can ask me questions. I will try to answer. After this presentation, if you have any further questions, or you can email me, mehmet.filiz@amasya.edu.tr.
For giving us such informative and interesting presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Mehmet. Now we
You're
enter the
welcome.
session question and answer. From the presentation, we get more information about high order thinking, TPEC, and we also have seen the video in CMFL website, and then about the teacher pedagogic feedback and cognitive learning, and also metacognitive strategy. So the participant in the session, I give to you the opportunity to make a question for the presenter, for the Mr. Dr. Mehmet, about the material. So please raise your hand in the feature Zoom and unmute your microphone and state your university, please, for all of the participants. Any question about the material in higher order thinking skills, online concept mapping, and statistic education? The chat columns. Okay, I will tell about the question in chat columns. Permission to, who is the identity? From Ari Wilman. Okay, I will read your text. Permission to introduce myself, Ari Wilman Nasution from IKIP Siliwangi Mathematics Education. Mr. Mehmet, thank you very much for the excellent presentation. I have a question about how to implement NCTM in elementary school in Turkey. Dr. Mehmet,
Yes.
do you want to answer this question first?
So, what do you mean by implementing NCTM? Like the following their guidelines?
NCTM in elementary school in Turkey. To your experience in NCTM, how to implement
Okay.
in the school of this in Turkey?
Yeah. Actually, I am teaching at university level. So for us, like I've been talking to my colleagues and others, we often use we often read and get advice from NCTM how to implement the courses based on their standards. As I quoted in my presentation, we often follow their recommendations regardless of the measure, because like in my university, I am teaching different courses like introduction to education and learning technologies or data like analyzing data and so on, like quantitative analysis. We often use NCTM data in the elementary schools. We like there are some private publishers that create a book to decide whether these are suitable for elementary school. Of course, the government officers use NCTM policies to check whether these textbooks are proper for students to learn about mathematics and so on.
For your response, Dr. Mehmet, Mr. Ari, do you get the answer about your question? Do you have a feedback about that?
So I can add
So
some
to
more
implement
information.
NCTM in Turkey, the point is using a technology.
Also,
Okay,
we
thank you
have
very much.
in
Yeah.
School of Education, in Faculty of Education, we have primary school mathematics teaching department. Their lecturers often review like NCTM guidelines and try to inform students, keep students updated regarding these principles.
Answer. The second question is from Numira Fatmanisa. I am Namira from State University of Surabaya for the peer feedback pedagogy. Is there any specific way in distributing the pairs, or is it just done randomly? Thank you. Dr. Mehmet, do you can get the point of the question?
Yep.
Okay, please answer.
So thank you for asking this question. So for teacher pedagogy in my research, it was randomly done. If there are two participants in the peer teacher pedagogy, the website match them together. But in the future, I am planning to study like the one having poor knowledge and the one is like expert students, like the having more knowledge. It's like Vygotsky style. And another group will be matching students with this same level of knowledge, like similar level of knowledge, I will say. That will be a very nice comparison for further research, like creating like 3 different groups to see to explore their interactions later on.
How about Namira, Miss Namira? Yes, that will be interesting. Okay, thank you very much for all of participants who asked the question. I want to inform that the two participants who make a question in this panel will get the door prize. Congratulations for two participants who asked the question. Congratulations, you have a door prize from the committee. Okay. Finally, we enter to the awarding certificate for Dr. Mahmet virtually. Show certificate virtual, and we will send to your email, Dr. Mahmet.
Thank you.
Okay, we will show the certificate in the screen. Keynote speaker, Dr. Mahmet Philis, PhD. Thank you very much for your collaboration with our event ISAME 2020. I hope we will
for the invitation.
collaboration again in next event, Dr. Mahmet. Thank you very much.
I hope so. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. So the session panel, the second session panel is time is up. So we continue to the next session panel. I am Dr. Hari Dwi Putra. As a moderator today, I'm apologize if I have make a mistake about this moderator. So I say thank you very much for all of participant, moderator, and committee. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Once again, thank you very much for our first moderator, Dr. Hari. Thank you very much. So now we have next agenda. We have the presentation session 3 and 4 hosted by Dr. Masta Hutajulu, MPD. MPD, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Sharina, for giving me time as a moderator for this session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of IKIP Siliwangi, Prof. Haja Ais Eti Rohaiti, MPD, the Honorable, the Chairman of ISAME, Mr. Wahyu Setiawan, the Honorable, all committee and lecturers of the Mathematics Education Department, and the Honorable all participants of this virtual seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th International Seminar on Applied Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2022. I am Master Hutajulu, and I will be serving as your moderator in this session. We will hearing a presentation from Ms. Norila Satari on the very timely subject. But before we get started, I want to take a few minutes of your time to read the CV of Ms. Norila. Ms. Norila Satari is a mathematics lecturer at Teacher Education Institute Tun Hussein On, Malaysia, start in 2012. Graduate with bachelor's degree and master degree in mathematics education from Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia. Having teaching experience for more than 30 years in primary, secondary school, and Teacher Education Institute Tun Hussein On. During 2022, Ms. Norila also having experience as a national coach and module builder, such as doing STEM module, focused and differentiated intervention training module, and mathematics application module. Ms. Norila also received many the gold award from the innovation competition at the international level. And the news is Best Award Infographic Poster Challenge in 2021. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First is the presentation of the material during 35 until 40 minutes. Second, the question and answer session during 20 minutes. And the last is closing session about 5 minutes. Now, moving along to our session, please welcome Ms. Norila Satari, who will be speaking to us on training module for focused and differentiated intervention or more life for numeracy to assist mathematics teacher implementing differentiated instruction in classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Norila, time is yours. Mute, Miss.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
We can
thank you.
hear.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Dr. Master Hutajulu as a moderator for today. And firstly, I want also to thank you to the committee for invited me as a keynote speaker at the ISEM 2022 day. So as, can I share screen? Excuse me, Dr. Master, can you see my screen?
Yes, Miss,
Okay,
I
thank
can
you.
see it.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is our the theme of International Seminar on Applied Mathematics and Mathematics Education Institute Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Siliwangi for today is advocating innovation of mathematics studies through literacy, numeracy, and computational thinking skills. And for my title, I would like to present about training module for focus and differentiated intervention. We call at our Malaysian is MOLIP for numeracy and numeracy to assist mathematics teacher implementing differentiated instruction in the classroom. So this is alternative strategies to teaching mathematics in our classroom. So Assalamualaikum and hello, I'm Nurila Satari that our moderator say. So I'm here because I love to give presentation and you can find me at Nurila Satari at ipto@edu.my. I'm a mathematics lecturer from IPG campus Tun Hussein on Batu Pahat, Johor. Okay, first of all, okay, this is before that I want to introduce our national philosophy of education. So education in Malaysia is an ongoing effort towards further developing the potential of individuals in a holistic and integrated manner, and so as to produce individuals who are intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, and physically balanced and harmonious, and based on a firm belief in and devotion to God. Such an effort is designed to produce Malaysian citizens who are knowledgeable and competent, who possess high moral standards, and who are responsible and capable of achieving high level of personal well-being, as well as being able to contribute to the harmony and betterment of the family, the society, and the nation at large. So this is our national philosophy of education. Every strategy or whatever teachers do in the classroom, so our aim is national philosophy of education. Okay, now I would like to explain first about the differentiated instruction. Differentiated instruction is introduced by Carroll and Tomlinson. And Carroll and Tomlinson actually is a pioneer of the focus and differentiated method. According to Tomlinson, every teacher should have a positive mindset that always consider the needs of students. And there are 5 elements in the basic principle of differentiated instruction. The 5 elements is, the first one is an environment that encourages and support learning. So it refers to the physical and affective climates that exist in the classroom. So among the aspect of that, the teachers believe that every student must have capable of success if they are given support, respect student background, ensure the active involvement of students in every activity, and always reflect to improve the level of students' learning. And the second element is quality curriculum. Quality curriculum refers to the content that teachers should teach or students should learn. And there are 3 characteristics of a quality curriculum. There is the curriculum must have a clear purpose related to what students should learn, understand, and achieve outcome throughout the learning process. And the second one is curriculum should enable students to understand content knowledge rather than just memorizing. And the third one is the curriculum should involve students in the learning process. And the third element in a basic principle is assessment that inform teaching and learning. So teachers who are concerned about the understanding of their students should also follow the progress of their students' learning. So that therefore assessment can be used by teachers to track the development of students' learning and feelings. Actually, in Malaysia, we have 3 types of assessment. There are written assessment, oral assessment, and observation assessment. And the fourth is instruction that respond to student variance. So every student is given the opportunity to experience through learning that can maximize their academic development. And the fifth element of the principle is leading students and managing routines. This refers to building a classroom environment so that teaching and learning can take place productively to drive students' academic progress while managing students' routine process and activities. And what did Samuel Saracen say? He said that a different way to learn is what the kids are calling for. All of them are talking about how our one-size-fits-all delivery system, which mandates that everyone learn the same thing at the same time, no matter what their individual needs, has failed them. And now look at the Howard Gardner say. He said that the biggest mistake of past centuries in teaching has been to treat all children as if they were variants of the same individual and thus to feel justified in teaching them the same subjects in the same way. So now we introduce using the Tomlinson differentiated instruction in our teaching and learning strategies. Okay, actually, what is differentiated instruction is? Differentiated instruction is a proactive, meaning that a teacher should proactively plan a variety of ways to get at and express learning to our students. Then differentiated instruction is multiple approach. Multiple approach means differentiated instruction provide a multiple approach to content, process, and product. Content means input, what students learned. And the process is how students go about making sense of ideas and information. And the product, the third is product, is a output, how students demonstrate what they have learned. And then the differentiated instruction is more qualitative. More qualitative means, for example, struggling mathematics students might have to do only the computation problems, while the advanced maths students to do the word problem as well. There are different types of tasks will given to the student. And then the differentiated instruction is a blend. I will explain about the blend, the last about differentiated instruction. So please waiting me. Okay. Next, differentiated instruction is student-centered, which differentiated classroom operate on the premise that learning experience are most effective when they are engaging, relevant, and interesting for the student. This is a student-centered. Sorry. And differentiated instruction is rooted in assessment. So throughout the unit, in variety of ways, teacher assess students developing readiness level, interest, and modes of learning. Then the teachers design learning experience based on their best understanding. And this is very unique. Differentiated instruction is organic. Organic means students and teachers are learners together. Further, a teacher in a differentiated classroom does not classify herself as someone who already differentiates instruction. Rather, that teacher is fully aware that every hour of teaching every day in the classroom can reveal one more way to make the classroom a better match for its learner. And now I want to explain about the differentiated instruction is a blend. Okay, now look at the diagram here, the flow of introduction in a differentiated classroom. Tomlinson proposed 9 steps or process for the differentiated classroom. The first is teacher and whole class begin exploration of a topic or concept to be a learner. Actually, a blend classroom is from whole class to the small group and individual. The different tests is marked by a repeated rhythm of whole class preparation, review, and sharing, followed by opportunities for individual or small group explorations. Now we can look at the diagram here, the figure here. The teacher and the whole class begin exploration of a topic or concept, and then a student engage in further study using varied material based on readiness and learning profile. I will explain about readiness and learning profile after this. And then the third phase is student work. Students and teacher come together to share informations and pose the questions. Then the stage 4 is student work on various science tasks designed to help them to make sense of key ideas at varied levels of complexity and varied pacing. So this is a teacher should plan the task, the very task for the student. And the fifth stage is the whole class review key ideas and extend their study through sharing. And then after that, continue to a small group selected by student. This is, we call it selected by student because it depends on their interest. They apply the key principle to solve teacher generated problems related to their study here. Then the seventh step is the whole class is introduced to the skill needed and later to make a presentation. Then a student self-select interest area through which key extend their understanding. And the last stage is the whole class listen to individual study plans and establish baseline criteria for success. This is the flow that Tomlinson proposed, the flow and the step that Tomlinson proposed at 2001. Now, I would like to share about consider that teaching and learning as a triangle in which all parts are needed to create and support the whole. This is the triangle which all parts are needed to support and to support and create a healthy classroom. By its definition, an equilateral triangle is a geometric figure with 3 equal sides, and thus technically it has no top, since any one point of the triangle can be the top. But for our purpose, however, the teacher has to be the top learning triangle. At Malaysia, we have a standard quality for teachers. So the role for teacher is as a planner, as a gatekeeper, facilitator, motivator, and evaluator to make students and contents in a healthy classroom. And if the teacher play all the roles, the student will be an active learner. So the content in a healthy classroom is root these realities. Thus, in a healthy classroom, what is taught and learned is relevant to students, familiar, connected to the world they know, and help students understand themselves. And of course, what the teacher should have at the classroom must be authentic. Now look at the diagram here. So our lesson, teachers can differentiate the student through content, process, product, and environment. But in our module, we only focus on content, process, and product because the environment we cannot change. We cannot change the classroom. And students' learn needs according to the student is readiness, interest, and learning profile. So I will explain about the student need first. Okay, the students' learning needs, there are 3 learning needs that Tomlinson say. The first one is readiness. The second one is interest. And the third one is students' learning profile. So we know that the students learn better if tasks are a close match for their skills and understanding of a topic. So we call this readiness. Then we know that students learn better if tasks ignite curiosity or passion in a students, and we call it interest. And the third one is we know that the students learn better if tasks or assignment encourages students to work in a preferred manner, and we call it students' learning profile. Okay, now what is the activities that a student, that teacher can use in our classroom, because to make our student more readiness? Okay, the first one is Tomlinson said that a good readiness match pushes the students a little beyond his or her comfort zone, and then provide support in bridging the gap between the known and unknown. So that in mathematics, we start from concrete to abstract. So teachers should give material first that the student can touch, can see. So before go through to abstract. So at mathematics, actually we have concrete, semi-concrete, and abstract to make our student more readiness. Then we start the question from simple to complex question. Also slow to fast to make our student readiness and can receive the knowledge very good. Teacher should varied a graphic organizer. So the teacher, because our student, we have a very different types of level. There are in Malaysia, for example, we have 3 levels of students. I will explain after this. Then from the diagram that I have shown just now, that our teaching and learning start from the whole class. Then we go through the small group instruction to make our students more understand what we are talking about. And then a teacher should prepare a tier or scaffold assessment, types of assessment from simple to complex, slow to fast, maybe about the time to how the students can answer all the question or assessment. And then tiered products, and also of course the teacher should prepare the tiered task to make our student more readiness. And then the interest. So the interest is a learning need for a student is student, if the more interest of the topic, we can ask students to exploratory the studies. They can also a choice of tasks that the teachers have prepared to make they know more about what they want to learn. And actually the teacher can make a group, can make a student to a group using the interest of the students, that they can more better learning, and using some types of interesting is iSearch. iSearch is the process encourages students to be an inquirer on a topic of personal interest based on their experience. This is some strategies to teach our students. So the iSearch format helps students learn to uncover their own curiosity, find and use the sources, including internet, helpful in answering their question, write what they find, and judge the rigor of their own work. This is iSearch. And another strategies we can use Jigsaw. So what is a Jigsaw? Jigsaw classroom is cooperative learning technique that reduce racial conflict among school children, promotes better learning, improves students' motivation, and increasing enjoyment of the learning experience. So, and the student learning profile is we start off very teacher presentation. So teacher must prepare the very presentation is like auditory, visual, kinesthetic, whole to part or part to whole. And very student mode of expression that Gardner and Steinberg says about the multiple intelligence, and very approach cooperative learning, collaborative learning, project-based learning. So teacher can use all the approaches in the teaching and learning. Okay, some of intelligent preference is like analytic, interpersonal, spatial, logical, mathematics, music. So there is intelligent preference that our student in the classroom. And also the learning environment make a student learning profile. Either the student like to learn in the quiet environment or noisy environment or busy environment. So this is our students learning profile. And the last is cognitive style. So we have different types of cognitive style in our students learning. Example, concrete or abstract, collaboration, interpersonal, high interpersonal, creative, critical. This is some of cognitive style. So a variety of instructional strategies like game-based learning, a small group instruction, independent project, intelligent preference, that this is some types of strategies that our teacher can use in their mathematics classroom. And now I would like to explain our mathematics primary literacy and numeracy, what our Minister of Education do. Okay, this is our education mathematics. Our Minister of Education do. This is primary literacy and numeracy. We call it PLAN. That is a support teaching and learning program to our mathematics teacher and mathematics year 2 and year 3 teachers. Mean student for 8 and 9 years old, and it started from March 2020. The objective of PLAN is to make sure that all the year 2 and year 3 students achieve the minimum level for mathematics. Actually, there are 3 subjects. It is a language, English language, Malay language, and mathematics. So I focus on mathematics. So what the activity plan is focused on: construct the teaching and learning material. So we also create a community, a teaching and learning active community for teachers. Then we prepare the assessment that is can achieve our students level. Okay, this is our module that we have prepared on 2019. We start at 2019. The implementation strategy for our module is face-to-face discussion, individual activity, group activity, guidance in planning and implementing activities, and we have also presentation and simulation. So teacher year 2, mathematics teacher year 2 and year 3 is our participant for this module. Actually is in Malay is modul latihan intervensi berfokus and terbeza molib numerasi. For numerasi, we have 2 types of module, one for numerasi and another one for literasi. But in Malaysia, literasi is for Malay language and numerasi for mathematics. Okay, what is the content of our module? So this module focuses on providing year 2 and year 3 primary school mathematics teacher with skills in focus and differentiated teaching and learning for numerasi. Actually, we adapted from differentiated instruction from Carroll and Tomlinson. And this teaching and learning approach we call know-how that allows the curriculum know what in the standard-based curriculum and assessment document. This is our curriculum document we call document standard curriculum or DSKP to be delivered by teachers to mix ability students in the classroom. And the PDPBT means in Malay pengajaran dan pembelajaran berfokus dan terbeza actually is teaching and learning in the differentiated instruction for numerasi. Approach is an alternative way apart from other approaches to enable teachers to achieve teaching and learning objective. And this module will expose the teachers to the conceptual framework that is the basis in the formulation of the teaching and learning differentiated instruction for numerasi model. And they will also introduce the way to implement the teaching and learning differentiated instruction in practice using materials based on year 2 and year 3 standard-based primary school curriculum. So we have KSSR, we call Curriculum Standard Sekolah Rendah for primary school. And our learning outcome after we deliver the module to the participant, at the end of this course, participant will be able to first explain the theoretical framework of focus and differentiated teaching and learning for numerasi. And the second one is participant. Participant means mathematics teacher year 2 or year 3 apply focus and differentiated teaching and learning for numerasi and based on materials. The third learning outcome is participant will be able to analyze the suitable of the SKP to design teaching materials for focus and differentiated teaching and learning of numerasi. Because the teacher must be prefer the students' learning need. There are 3 types of student learning need that I just mentioned just now. It is readiness, it is interest, and learning profile. And okay, this is our primary school mathematics curriculum framework. The core of primary school mathematics framework is mathematical TOEFL learning here. And mathematical TOEFL learning refers to the desired quality of pupils to be obtained through the National Mathematics Education System. There are 4 main components that support the mathematical through TOEFL learning. It is attitudes and value, skills, process, and learning area. So attitudes and values consist of mathematical values and universal attitudes and value. Skills consist of mathematical skills, analyzing skill, problem solving skills, research skills, communication skills, and information communication technology skills. Then the process. The process consists of 5 related mathematical process and is implemented in an integrated manner across the curriculum. There are 5 mathematical process in question are problem solving, reasoning, communication in mathematics, relationship, and representation. And the last one is learning area. Learning area in our mathematics curriculum framework is we have 5 learning area, namely numbers and operation, measurements and geometry, relationship and algebra, statistic and probability, and discrete mathematics. And outside of our framework, this is a differentiated instruction, which is differentiating products, differentiating contents, and differentiating process. Okay, now we have a lesson plan. I should show you the lesson plan, how we implement the differentiated classroom, differentiated instruction in our classroom. Okay, now the pupils' prior knowledge. I hope you can see my okay, the pupils' prior knowledge. So we focus on student readiness, interest, and learning profile here. Then after we plan the learning objective, we also differentiated the contents, process, and product. And look at when we plan the activity, we also plan the assessment. Now here we have assessment is verbal and written. So we also, then we can know the student's readiness, the student learning needs. Just now, that is a student readiness. And when the student do the activity, the development, activity 1, look at here. So we have assessment is observation, verbal, and written. So the content of knowledge that the student will have is differentiated. We can differentiate the process, we can create the product, and this is the objective of the learning for lesson plan here. Okay, this is our lesson plan example for teachers mathematics year, let me say, teacher year 2. This is a year 2 lesson plan. The learning area is measurement and geometry. This is a example lesson plan that we have planned for our teachers. Okay, now we continue. Okay, now look at the video here. I have prepared 3 video. Okay, now 40 minutes already. This is a first video. So the video, if you can hear me, video is for a student at the low level. We didn't ask them to, we didn't create the group. Actually, we didn't create a group for the student, but our teachers know that if we want to help the student, we must know the student's readiness. So the student readiness that they can justify from the assessment, verbal assessment just now. So what they're doing is just arrange the number for low level students. They're still using the group, small group, and the teacher can instruct. If you can see the teacher's hand just now, meaning that the teachers explain about the learning for small group student. Before that, actually, they have a whole class learning, teaching and learning of Google. Then they create a group, small group. Okay, this is their first video. Look at the numbers. The numbers is also, this is a differentiated content also. The number for this group is more easy. So we start at 350, 351, and so on. So this is a differentiated content. Differentiated content happen in this video. Okay, I just go through the second one. Okay. So what we have done, what the teachers done in the second video is, this is intermediate level. Intermediate level means the student also in a small group discussion, then what they have done is arrange the number, but the number differentiated, the teachers differentiated content here, the numbers is more bigger. And look at the video. So it start from 5,735. The student and their groups can communicate, collaborate. This is a 21st century learning happen here. Even the material is look like same, but the content is not is a differentiate. Okay. Okay, all the students can give the answers. If you can hear, the students is very supportive, active learner in this group, in this small group. Okay, at the same time, teacher can ask the student about the numbers in a small group. Okay, now we look at the third video. So, okay, sorry, this is a video. Okay, in the third group, this is a level, the advanced group. So the teachers give all the numbers, and the group can, okay, the teachers give 2 numbers, and the teachers, the student must complete the numbers there. And look at the number there, the 1. The video is 2188, then 2194. So the student must find out the different, what is the difference of the numbers. Then they can continue the numbers. This is the example activities that we have teach to our student. Differentiated content and differentiated product, because when they finish the numbers, consequence of numbers, the product is different, but the process is same. Okay, so our conclusion, so my conclusion is mathematics learning throughout the proper unpacking the SKP active will be able to provide opportunities for pupils to perform creative tasks, experience the fun and excitement in learning something new. That is our Minister of Education says. So what we are trying to do is we must the differentiated content or process or product or all the third differentiated can be using in our classroom. So, but before that, we must unpack the SKP. We call it unpack the SKP. And actually we have a mapping for when we do the unpack the SKP, we have a mapping. This is what we are doing in our module. And then the pupils master the skill needed in mathematics education. So this is our roadmap. Actually, we have started at 2019, then follow 2020 and 2021, but COVID-19 come at 2020 and 2021, so that we cannot finish it. So we continue at 2022, and inshallah, our module will be continued next year, and we don't know when it will finish, because our student year 2 and year 3 every year will be changes, and want a big impact, so we must try to alternative ways, we must try to alternative strategies to make our objective for students and teaching and learning will be achieved. And thank you very much for listening me. Any question, you can find me at norillasatari@edu.my, and this is my phone numbers. Thank you very much. So I will give to moderator, Dr. Masta.
Thank you very much, Ms. Norila. For
Excuse me, I can't hear Dr. Mata. Sorry, I can't hear Dr. Masta. Excuse me. Can you hear me, Dr. Master? I can't hear you. I don't know what happened. Sorry, I can't hear. Dr. Master. I don't know what happened. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Okay, now I can hear you, Dr. Master.
The network is make a trouble. It's maybe.
Okay.
Okay, you can hear me now clearly?
Okay, yes, I can hear you
Okay,
now.
it is clearly.
Okay.
Thank you very much again, Ms. Norila. Now we have two question and answer session. We have, I would like the participant raise the hand and then the committee will turn on the microphone and you state your name and university. Okay, we have Sri Wahyuni. You first. Time is yours, Sri. Sri?
Okay, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's. You are mute again.
Okay, thank you so much for Miss Norila for your amazing explanation about differentiated instruction. But I have a question. So before we do differentiated instruction, we have to know the need analysis, what our student need. So my question is, what methods are good for research the need analysis, for implement the differentiated instruction, and what method for choose the good methods for learning? So as we know that we have a lot of methods in learning, like gender-based approach and many more, like project-based learning. So what is method are good for search need analysis for our students? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sri Wahyuni, for the question. Okay, the first one is how we know that our students' learning needs. So in our classroom, the first thing is the teacher should ask the question. Either the teacher should give the verbal questions or the teacher give the writing question. Then from the question, we can know the students' learning needs, either readiness or interest. Also, they have the questionnaire so that we know the students' learning profile. So it depends on a teacher how you want to know. What about, you maybe know about the readiness. So the readiness is like a prior knowledge. Then when we we just answer the question in our class. But for interest and learning profile, maybe Wahyuni, am I right? Yeah, Wahyuni. Wahyuni can use the simple questionnaire for our students. This is the first answer. The second answer is Wahyuni asks about which type of ways, strategies, good strategies for teaching and learning. Actually, there no specific strategies is a good. Maybe this differentiated instruction may be good in our classroom, but not in other classroom, because there are different types of student in our student and learners for our friends. So students must be create a healthy classroom for their students. A teacher must create a healthy classroom for their students. So I can't answer which strategies is good, because it depends on your learners and students also. So this is why you come this a seminar, then you can know the multiple ways of teaching and learning to practice in your classroom. Am I answering you?
Okay. Miss Norila, you can hear me? We have a trouble in our network.
Yeah, I think so.
You can continue, Miss?
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, sorry.
We have a trouble in network, Miss.
Okay. This I'm so worried about this. Actually, I'm so worried about this network. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, it is clear.
Okay, thank you. So the first question Wahyuni asked about what is the first question? Where is my note here? Okay, let me. Okay, how we can know the student learning needs? I think. Okay, Wahyuni, am I right? Okay, so how you can know your students' learning need? The first is you can ask the question that we have done in our classroom in Malaysia. We must ask the student before we teach a new lesson. So it's called prior knowledge. So we know the prior knowledge means we know the readiness of our students. The first one. The second one is maybe you can use the simple questionnaire to know the readiness, to know the learning profile and interest for your students. Some of students is very low interpersonal, don't want to talk. So teacher maybe can ask them to write on the piece of paper, then you can know your interest of your students and your interest and the learning profile. So this is what we have done at Malaysia. So but maybe you can try another way. Okay, the second question Wahyuni say is what is the best strategies for teaching and learning? Actually, there are no specific no ranking about our strategies. It depends on our classroom. That's why I say just now that teachers should adopt to create a healthy classroom for our students. So healthy classroom means teacher must be as a planner, must be plan to create activities, create materials to our students to make our student an active learner in the classroom. Either you want to use differentiated instruction, you want to use project-based learning or problem-based learning on what we call construct learning. It depends. It's no the good or the best instruction in our classroom. It depends on your students. Can I answer you, Wahyuni? Okay, thank you very much.
Norila, Sri Wahyuni, I think it is clear, yeah. Okay, we have one more questioner. We have one more. Can you raise your hand, please? We have Nurul Parida. Can you hear me, Nurul Parida?
Nurul Parida.
Still with me, with us. Okay. We have a door prize for the questioner, ladies and gentlemen. So we have 2 door prize. So we need one more. Okay. The name is Renata. You can unmute your microphone, please, and say your name and your university.
Okay, thank you, Miss. I'm Renata from IKIP Siliwangi Mathematics Education. I want to ask about, is there any habituation by teachers in Malaysia to stimulate student critical thinking process in mathematics learning to realize student-centered learning? Thank you.
Critical thinking, Renata? Can you,
Yeah, habituation by teacher in Malaysia to stimulate student.
Stimulate student. Okay, thank you, Renata, for your question. It's a very good question. Actually, what we have done in our Malaysian, we are actually in our classroom now we have practice and 21st century learning. 21st century learning meaning that we have some activities for our students, so our student can engage actively in their classroom. That we must be, of course, is student centered. So if the student centered means all the student must be involved in our classroom. And like what I'm talking about, it depend on what is types of age of our student. When a student is a primary school, but year 1, year 2, or year 3, year 1, year 2, or year 3, so then more we must create or prepare more materials. Renata, we must prepare material to our student understand the concept of mathematics. But if you teach, if we are teaching in year 4, 5, and 6 is more the ages of our student is 10, 11, and 12, they're more matured. So now we give them a problem solving to make our class, our student is critical thinking. Then we can create a critical thinking for our student, and we also prepare the activities and the problem solving question to what you have done in Malaysia.
Norila, for your explain. It is clear, Nurul. I hope it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Sri Wahyuni and Nurul Farida have
Renata Teti, I think. Madam Renata.
Oh, I
Renata,
forgot.
yeah.
We have Sri Wahyuni and Renata from IKIP Siliwangi have a gift from the committee. The committee will send it to you, so you can wait it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, come to the end of this panel session. Before we are close this panel, I would like to take the okay. Now time awarding the certificate to our speaker, Miss Norila. Here you are e-certificate, and the committee will send it by email.
Okay, thank you very much,
You're
Dr.
welcome.
Masta Hatulojo.
You are welcome, Miss. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this panel session. Before close this panel, I would like to check the conclusion from the what speaker has presented. The biggest mistake of past centuries in teaching has been to treat all children as if they were variant of the some individual, and this to fail, justified in teaching them the same subject in the same ways. But in the fact, the students are different. So the speaker offer a solution or a method. The method is differentiate instruction. The differentiate instruction include content, process, and product. Mathematics learning through the proper unpacking de-escape activity will be able to provide opportunities for pupils to perform creativity, experience the fun and the excitement in learning sometimes new. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Finally, we have the end of this panel session. I am Master Hutajulu. Thank you. Our return to Ms. Serena, please, time is yours.
Thank you so much to Dr. Masta Hutajulu as our second moderator for today. So I would like to invite again Dr. Masta Hutajulu for the fourth presentation session. So Dr. Masta Hutajulu, MPD, the floor is yours.
Gentlemen, I'm back again. I hope you are not bored with me. I am Master Hutajulu, and I will be serving in this panel, in the fourth panel in this session. We will be hearing a presentation from Dr. Subanji. Dr. Subanji is lecturer of Universitas Negeri Malang. We will be hearing before we get start. I want to take a few minutes of your time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me read the CV of Dr. Subanji. Dr. Subanji was born on 5th June 1971 in Kediri, Indonesia. Mr. Subanji education history. Mr. Subanji graduated with bachelor's degree in math education from IKIP Malang, 1995. Graduate with master degree in mathematics from ITB, 202. Having doctoral mathematics from UNESA in 2007. Dr. Subanji also has so many experiences, such as one of the founders and developers of TK, SDI, MTS, SMA, Pontren Modern Surya Buana, Malang from 1996 until now. Be assessor at Ban PT from 2008 until now, and Lamdik assessor 2022. have an integrate model school developer 2010 until 2030. Head of TEKIP or Indonesian Teacher Empowerment include 24 provinces, Pertamina and collaboration in 2010 until 2015. Coordinator Prodi S2 and S3 Mathematics Education from 2012 to until 2014. Deputy Chairman of the PPG Student Competency Test National Committee, Kemendikbud-Ristek from 2019 until now. There are 9 books that have been written by him, and the newest is Teori Defragmentasi Struktur Berpikir in 2016. Mr. Subhanji has had also publication and indexation. In 2022, Mr. Subhanji had 68 published articles in national journal, 46 articles published in international journals, 67 published articles in international journal, and proceeding indexing by Scopus. Now, moving along to our session, please welcome Dr. Subhanji, who will be speaking to us on research development of thinking and reasoning in mathematics education. Dr. Subhanji, please welcome, and time is yours.
Thank you, moderator, for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We can hear you, Mr.
Yes. Can hear my sound?
It is okay. Test,
Okay.
test.
Hello, hello.
Okay,
Yes.
it is good, Mr.
Yes. Okay, okay. Thank you, moderator, for the time. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say thank you to committee for inviting me as one of the keynote speaker in ISIM 2022. I will explain about my research. I'm going to talk about research development of thinking and reasoning mathematics. What the essence of learning mathematics? I start for question. What is the essence of learning mathematics? The essence of learning mathematics to development of thinking. Development of thinking and reasoning. How to we get development of thinking and reasoning? We need to provide challenging activity. If we provide challenging activity, we get the student be critical, creative, communicative, and problem solver. The student success in facing global challenge. So that the study of thinking and reasoning is very important in mathematics education. Ladies and gentlemen, what has been research in mathematics education? I had study about I have three research about thinking and reasoning mathematics education. The first, I study about pseudo conversational reasoning, and I find three theory about the pseudo conversational reasoning. The first theory, the substructure incompleteness in the assimilation process. The second theory, the substructure incompleteness in accommodation process. And the third theory about incompatibility of the thinking structure. The second research, I study about the construction error. I find 4 theory about the construction error. The first, the pseudo construction. The second, the construction hole. The third theory about misanalogical construction, and the fourth theory about mislogical construction. The third research, I study about the fragmentation of thinking structure. I find 4 theory about the defragmentation of thinking structure. The first theory, the appearances of scheme. The second theory, the knitting of scheme. The third theory about restructuring of analogical thinking, and the fourth theory about restructuring the logical thinking. These 3 research as a basis for developing learning, and I write about pembelajaran matematika kreatif and inovatif. If you want to restart my research, I will send to file for you. Okay, the ladies and gentlemen, the first research about the pseudo-convolutional reasoning thought process in constructing graphic of reversible even dynamic based on assimilation and accommodation framework. This research published in Journal Korean Society. I find 3 theory. I use framework about assimilation and accommodation. This framework assimilation and accommodation, we find 3 true and theory 1, theory 2, and theory 3. The next, I will explain about assimilation process. How does assimilation occur? If I have structure of problem, this is structure of problem, and this is structure of thinking in mind. I want to solve the problem with my scheme. There is matching between structure of problem with the scheme in mind, so that the structure of thinking can cover the structure of problem. This is component-component in structure of thinking, the same structure of problem. Okay. How does accommodation process? If I have structure of problem, this is structure of problem, and this is scheme in mind, structure of thinking. I think this is different. The component in structure of thinking and structure of problem. The student must be change this scheme to new scheme. Change of scheme or creation a new scheme. This is a new scheme. There are a difference between structure of problem with structure of thinking. So you have to change a scheme or create a new scheme to adapt it the structure of problem. This process is accommodation. Okay. For example, this is a problem. sketch the graph of the function problem x squared plus 2x minus 3. I have function f(x) equal x squared plus 2x minus 3. If the student have procedure to solve the problem, determine the x-intercept point, determine the y-intercept point, and determine turning point. If the student have 3 points, she can sketch the graph of function f(x). This case, if student have got the procedure for sketching graph, the scheme is complete, then the cognitive process that occur is assimilation. Besides, if I have problem, look at the following picture of the function f and g. If gx equal x squared, there determine the appropriate function formula for f(x). We give the student gx. This is graph gx, and the student find formula for x to f. The student do not yet have a scheme or procedure to solve the problem. So the cognitive process that occur is accommodation. This is process accommodation because the student don't have scheme according to problem. Okay. How to the theory of pseudo reasoning? The first theory, the substructure incompleteness in assimilation process can be graph. This is graph. If we have structure of problem, this is structure of problem. This is structure of problem, and this is scheme in mind, or structure of thinking. This is structure of thinking, and this is structure of problem. The structure of problem different between the structure of thinking, but the student assimilated by scheme to scheme in mind, assimilated structure of problem to scheme in mind. The solution is 4. The result is 4. There is only a process assimilation. This is a process assimilation in solving the problem, not accommodation. The student not change the structure of thinking, but assimilated structure of problem to scheme. This is the result is wrong. After reflection, the student were able to complete the scheme. This is scheme, complete scheme. This is complete scheme, and integration structure of problem to structure of thinking. Change our construction scheme. Change of another scheme to new scheme. This is accommodation, but the student only process assimilation. This solve the problem. Okay. The second theory, the substructure incompleteness in accommodation process. This is structure of problem, and this is structure of thinking. This different component in structure of problem and in structure of thinking, but the student can change the structuring in mind to new structure of thinking. This structure of thinking not enough to solve the problem, not enough. The student change or construction of scheme. This is new scheme. This component in structure of thinking different with structure of problem, but the student integration with scheme in completeness to structure of problem. The result is wrong. This is accommodation process, but the result is wrong. The student do reflection. After reflection, the student able to complete the scheme. This is the end scheme, the end structure of thinking, and this structure of thinking is complete and can cover this problem. This is theory, the second theory. The third theory, this is the structure of problem, and this is the structure of thinking. Actually, the student already have scheme appropriate to problem. This is appropriate to problem, but another scheme is used to solve the problem. Not scheme appropriate, but another scheme used to solve the problem. The result is wrong. After reflection, the student realized the mistake of the scheme used and managed the trick to fix them. The structure of problem can integration the structure of thinking. This is the third theory about pseudo reasoning. Okay. The second research about construction error in specific context mathematics in algebraic operation or algebraic operation. There is case of the teacher give an example X equal apple and Y equal mango to explain about construction algebraic operation. I have problem simplify algebraic form 2x plus 2x plus 3y plus x plus 2y. We can combine 2x variable and x variable. This is 2x plus x, 3y plus 3y. But the teacher give an example: x is apple and y is mango to illustrate the problem. This is the result. 2x apple, x 1 apple, 3y 3 mango, 2y 2 mango. If this is operation plus the same union 2 apple and 1 apple, 3 mango and 2 mango, and gets result 3 mango. This is illustrate 3 egg and 5 mango. This is 5y. We do not realize that analogy x equal apple and y equal apple a fall construction in algebraic operation. Why? If x equal apple, what the meaning x square? What the meaning x square or square root x? I think not meaning x square or square root if x equal apple. Okay. For example, continue. This case in class, the teacher give an example x equal apple and y equal mango can replace x cow and y goat. X cow and y goat. If we combine in one check, we can write the result 5 go good, and student can write 5 x y. Reasonable but wrong. This is reasonable but wrong. Why? This is the illustration about it. If the student construction error, we must defragmentation the thinking student. How to defragmentation the student? If I have problem, this is illustrated defragmentation. The price for 2 book and 3 pencil is 23,000. The price 1 book and 2 pencil is 13,000. Determine the price 1 book and 1 pencil. We usually create mathematic model mathematic this problem. With right, let's x equal book, let y equal pencil. We write model mathematic 2x plus 3y equal 23,000. X plus 2y equal 13,000. This is usually model in class. This is error, construction error. This is construction error. We can ask question to student to bridge cognitive conflict. The student, please ask to student, if x equal book, which we can interpret about x square or square root. I think this is not mean. The student think in the structure of thinking. Based the asking, the student can think in the structure of thinking. So that x is a number, not a thing. X, this model mathematics, x and y is a number, not a thing. Because if x a thing, we can mind about x square or square root. How to this model true? We must think should be true. Let x equal price of 1 book and y price of 1 pencil. This is true. This is stated defragmentation. Okay, the last research. The last research, I have 2 research about creative model and controversial reasoning. Creative model and controversial reasoning. Creative model I published in International Journal of Instruction the title "The Statistical Creative Framework in Descriptive Statistic Activity." 2021, April 2021. I find 3 level creative model. I find 3 level creative model: imitation, modification, and construction. I develop creative model from general creativity. From general creativity, I develop mathematical creativity, imitation, the general creativity, imitating a product with a simple process of low cost. In mathematical creativity, trust imitating a similarly form a solution to solve the problem at hand. The second level modification, change the function benefit form of product so that it become a new product. And mathematical creativity, change the problem data resolution procedure so that it get a more efficient solution. Construction in general creativity, create a new work that more interesting, more practical, and has more function. And the mathematical creativity, constructing a new resolution procedure in accordance with the demand of the problem. This is mathematical creativity, and this is statistical creative model. I transfer mathematical creativity to statistic creativity. Okay, imitation, the student only able to imitate solution strategy that have been obtained. Level modification level, the student able to change the solution strategy as a problem change. This level research process doctoral candidate my campus. The third level construction, the student able to build the new strategy in solving problem. I have this level in creativity. I have open problem and follow up. The first, refine the creative model level. Maybe we can construct pre-imitation, transition, another. The second, how to apply creative model in learning mathematics. And the third, what strategy can be used to increase the creative level. This is, please, if you want to research, can to research about, can to study about creative model. Refine creative, how to apply creative to in learning mathematics, and what strategy can be used in creative model. I write a book chapter in 2022 about mathematical creative model theory framework and application in mathematics learning activity. This is my chapter, and this book, Active Learning, Research and Practice was STEAM and Social Science Education. This how to integrate creative model to learning activities. We can develop mathematic tree. This mathematic tree we have to theory, problem posing, and open-ended. Problem posing and open-ended migrate to mathematics 3. For example, yeah. Give an answer. This is the answer. Student asked to construct the problem. The student construct the problem. The answer, the sum of 3 integers is -5. The problem, this is the problem. I can write another problem. If I have 10 minus 11 minus 4 equal blah 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 blah. We can construct problem. We can construct problem. 7 minus 1 minus 12. This is a problem posing. Besides, make several pairs of the value E and B so that the number operation 3 minus E and B plus 10 become true. We can more solution. This is the one solution. E equal to B equal minus 9. I can solution E is 1, E is 1, B, if E this is 1, beside 2, B equal minus 8 and another. This is open-ended. We can construct solution about this problem. Okay, this is the linear equation 3. The linear equation 3. Usually in classroom, we give the student the problem, determine the equation of line through minus 2.1 and parallel to y equal to 8 minus 3. The solution problem usually for we use formula y minus b m e minus a. Y minus b is 1 and m, this is m, 2 x minus 2. And we get 2x plus 5. This is the student must have this formula. If if the student forget about formula, usually the student can to solve the problem. If we use the linear equation problem, we not use this formula. We can doing problem, nothing formula. Okay. Building creativity with open-ended problem. This is open-ended problem. Make as many equations as possible parallel line y equal to x minus 3. This is one solution. We get solution other y equal to x plus 7. Y equal to 8 minus 5. Another. 2x, 2x, 2x. And beside, write as many equations as possible for the line that passes through the point minus 2.1. This is can write y x fx y is 1 x minus 2 if we want to true this equation, we must plus 3 because x is 2 plus 3 minus 2 plus 3, this is 1. We can construct y 10x plus 21. Sorry, minus 21. Sorry, minus 21. This is another. This is open-ended problem. If we learning bilinear equation, we not formula, but we get solution problem. This is the illustration. Okay, I will solution this problem. Y equal to x minus 3 to x parallel to x the same to x. We can write y equal to x. If x is minus 2, we get minus 4. And we must value y is 1. We must plus 5. This is the reason. This is the reason to solve the problem. Nothing formula. Okay, this is integral 3. I not explain integral 3. Continue. Controversial reasoning. I find development level of controversial reasoning of the pre-service teachers to solve mathematics problem. I published in Journal of South Jiatong University. Okay. I give you a question. Do you agree that the irregular fraction of 1/3? This is 3 unit, and this is 1 iris. 1 iris, 1 from 3, 1 from 3, we can represent fraction 1/3. I think you agree about it. What if the student answered 1/3 plus 1/3 equal 2/6 with following reason? The student think if I plus 1/3 plus 1/3, 1/3 can illustrate about 3 unit 1 iris, 3 unit 1 iris, 3 unit 1 iris. Yeah, and the student think plus is union. This is the result. from student. This is the result from student. Maybe we agree this picture is reasonable because 2 erase from 6 unit. We can write 2 per 6. This picture is reasonable, but it's wrong. How to wrong construction occur? We can illustrate this. The student have 3 apple and write 3 number. Union 3 apple is write 3 number, and 3 apple union 3 apple we get 6 apple, and the mathematic model 3 plus 3 equal 6. This procedure transfer to contact fraction. The student concentrates to picture, and picture union picture. This is the result. And 1 erase per 3 unit can write 1 per 3. The result but wrong. This is definition controversial problem. Controversial problem. Okay. Do you think? Okay. Do you agree that the iris path represent 1 per 2? This is, oh sorry, this is 1 per 2. 1 per 2. 1 per 2 because 1 iris 2 unit. I think you agree. This is representation about 1 per 2. And you agree this is 1 iris from 4 unit. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 unit. 1 per 4. I think you agree. If this is 1 per 4. The student think the experience in home. Which one is bigger, 1 per 2 or 1 per 4? If we see the picture, of course, this 1 per 4 is bigger than 1 per 2. Reasonable, but it's wrong. This is controversial problem. Controversial problem in algebraic. If I have problem, x minus 3, x minus 3 per x plus 2 plus 3 equal x minus 1 per x plus 2. We solve the problem with cross product, and we get this from, If we solve the problem, we get x minus 1 because x is x minus x quadrat, x square minus x square, x and minus x we combine minus 3x, and this is 3. we get x minus 1. This procedure transfer to the other problem. This is x minus 3 per x plus 3 equal x minus 3 per x plus 2. This is the student solve the problem with procedure cross product and get the form x minus 3 cancel x minus 3 and get x plus 2 equal x plus 1. This is cancel x with x and get 2 equal 1. This is controversial problem. The student must to explore to find why this problem error. This problem error. Okay. Kanselasi x minus 3 by x minus 3. This procedure x minus 3 per x minus 3 from the procedure the student usually to solve the problem x square minus 4 can be right. This is and x minus 2 cancel to x minus 2 get x plus 1. This procedure to integrate the problem. Okay. Continue. What happened? Minus x square square root. We can do this problem with square, with power. Minus x power 2 power x per 2, the power time 2 time 1 per 2. We get minus 2 power 1 is get minus 2. Besides, minus 2 square we get 4. Minus 2 square we get 4. And square root 4 we get 2. This is 2 the same minus 2. The student must be clarify why this problem is false. This is controversial problem. Controversial problem are problems that create a gap between the concept. Get between the concept get a gap between the concepts that have been constructed and the problem that are being solved. With the controversial problem, we develop reasoning in controversial problem solving. Oh, sorry. Conceptualize my conceptual controversial reasoning in mathematics. We develop level controversial reasoning. This is controversial reasoning. Initial level. The student able to recognize controversy, contradiction, but not able explore the component of problem that cause controversy, contradiction. The exploration level. Student able to recognize problem that cause controversy and able to trace the component that cause the problem to become controversial. However, they are unable clarify problem as a solution. The high level clarification, students are able to clarify problem using reason that make sense or came up with variation that can be used to justify solution. This is high level. I have open problem with research, open problem and follow up. Refine the controversial reasoning level to improve hot stroke controversial reasoning and integrating controversial reasoning into mathematics learning. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. If you have question, please say to me and I give it to the moderator. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Mr. Sobanji. It is very hot topic about thinking and reasoning thinking. I am interested with X equal book, X equal enable, X equal good. It is very interest to me because I have the same, but it is a contraction error.
Error.
Yes,
That's error.
X is price of one book, price
Yes.
of one apple. It is very hot and very interesting, Mr. Sobanji. Okay,
Yes.
we will to now it's time for question and answer session. As usually, we have to give if you have a question for us. So raise your hand and then open your microphone and state your name and university. Okay, there is no.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, it is clear, very clear, Mr.
Yes.
Subandi, I think.
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subandi. I hope we have a collaboration in the next
Yes.
in the
Okay.
next seminar or next
Yes.
Okay, ladies and
Rahasia
gentlemen, now
tidak
time
pernah
for
bahasa
awarding
moto.
the
Itu di
e-certificate.
mode diamkan
Yeah.
heula.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Subandi,
Yes.
here your e-certificate. Thank you
Yes.
for sharing and our committee will send in the certificate by your mail. Okay,
Thank you.
ladies
Thank you.
and
Thank you.
gentlemen,
Yes.
we finally come to the end of the panel session. Before we close this panel, I would like to take a conclusion from what speaker has presented. The study of thinking and reasoning is very important in mathematics education research. Development of mathematics teaching and learning has been the co-operational reasoning. Second, the construction error. Third, the fragmentation of thinking structures. The latest research from Dr. Sobanji are about creative model and controversial reasoning. Creative model in mathematics consists of imitation level, modification level, and combination level. And controversial reasoning in mathematics consists of initial level, explanation level, and clarification level. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this panel session. Now, I will back to Ms. Sharina. Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we have a break, I would like to invite the head of mathematics education program of IKIP Siliwangi, Dr. Nelly Fitriani, MPD, to announce the winners of the poster competition for each category. So without any further ado, please welcome Dr. Nelly Fitriani, MPD.
Okay, thank you, Bu Sarina. Today I'm going to announce the winner of the poster competition. Are you ready? This competition have 3 categories. The first, favorite winner based on like on Instagram, and second from the best design, and third of the winner of the best content. Okay. The favorite winner based on like on Instagram and the most of like on Instagram is, do you can see that the Instagram of Prodi Pendidikan Matematika there is Amelia Putri Hasanah with 2007 likes. And that is with Clara Ayudia. Yeah. Okay. And then the best design goes to Dera Permatasari. You can see the poster. It's really the last but not least. Ivan Sutisna. Okay, please give applause for the winners.
Thank you, Dr. Nelly Fitriani, MPD, as a head of mathematics education program of IKIP Siliwangi. And I would like to say congratulations to all the winners. Thank you very much, Dr. Nelly. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we have a break, there are some announcements. So please pay attention to me.
Time is yours.
The first one about attendance list. So please, the attendance list for the presenters or pemakalah, yeah, the presenters will be shared 2 times. The first time, all the presenters can fill in the form now from a chat room, and then for the next one, all the presenters who will have the parallel session at 1 p.m. please check the chat Zoom and also the group of WhatsApp, because all the presenters who will have a parallel session will be in different Zoom. Okay, will be in the different Zoom. So please make sure that you know the meeting ID and the passcode for the parallel session. And the second attendance list will be shared at the breakout room in the parallel session Zoom. And the next one for the participants, yeah, not presenters, for the participants, you will join again with the same Zoom at 2 p.m. because we have the last presentation session at 2 p.m. and the attendance list will be shared at the end of the session around 3 p.m. Yes? Oh, please. Okay. Okay, so I will translate to bahasa also ya. Jadi untuk pemakalah, mohon untuk didengarkan baik-baik bahwa daftar hadir akan di-share 2 kali. Jadi yang pertama itu di sesi panel akan di-share di chat Zoom. Kemudian nanti untuk pemakalah akan mengisi daftar hadir kembali pada saat di sesi paralel di breakout Zoom-nya masing-masing. Kemudian mohon untuk mengecek meeting ID dan passcode Zoom-nya karena para pemakalah nanti akan berada di Zoom yang berbeda. Jadi bukan Zoom yang ini. Ya, jadi mohon untuk diperhatikan untuk semua pemakalah. Berikutnya untuk partisipan ya, untuk para peserta, nanti daftar hadir akan panitia share itu pada saat akhir acara. Jadi tidak sekarang. Jadi untuk para peserta nanti akan di-share oleh panitia daftar hadirnya di chat Zoom juga, tapi setelah sesi panel yang sudah break gitu ya. Nanti kita break dulu, nanti ada sesi panel terakhir, nah baru nanti teman-teman bisa mengisi daftar hadir tersebut. Okay, I hope that clear ya for the attendance list. Okay, so this is the end of the panel session. On behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you for the remarkable speakers. Would you mind to give a big applause to all the speakers and to all the moderators for today? We take a break for lunch and also for salat or a little bit stretching. And then, however, before that, once again, I would like to inform you for all the participants, please come back and join the Zoom again at 2 p.m. Yeah, and then what else? I think that's all for me. We have a great lunch and we have take a break for a moment. Thank you very much. See you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mbak. Ada. Gimana Pak? Yang kecil itu. Oh, jadi nomor 10. Masih dari sana nanti juga udah ada. Tahu udah. Lapor itu di sini itu kembali kalau di kamar merah. Kuat. Itu mana itu digantian gitu kayak gitu. Kemarin bakal nikah dari dia bondelnya. Trader. Nggak ada semua.
Babi dua lagi aja. Assalamualaikum. Alhamdulillah. Iya,
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the 4th International Seminar on Applied Mathematics and Mathematics Education. So welcome back to all the participants. We have the last panel session or presentation session for today. And our speaker for the last one is here. Thank you very much. So make sure that all the participants are ready. Please turn off the microphone and turn on the camera during this event. So without any further ado, for the last presentation session, I would like to invite the last moderator for today, Dr. Eva Dwi Minarti, MPD. So ladies and gentlemen, please give applause for her. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sarina. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully all of you still enjoy. And now, may I have your attention again, please? Our seminar is about to begin for the 5th keynote speaker. The Honorable Leadership of IKIP Siliwangi, the Honorable Mr. and Madam Speaker, distinguished guests, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Eva Dwi Minarti. I am the moderator of this season. We are very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you of this prestigious international seminar on applied mathematics and mathematics education, or we call ISAME 2022. In this occasion, we shall have other outstanding presentation for our prominent keynote speaker, whom I believe shall enrich our insight and knowledge regarding the term of the seminar. Well, before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce the presenter. Our 5th presenter is Siti Mayasuri Patahuddin, PhD. Siti Mayasuri Patahuddin, PhD, since 1999, she has been teaching multiple subjects for undergraduate and master students, including research methodology, school mathematics, teaching methods, calculus, assessment, real analysis, PCK mathematics, and most currently using data to improve learning. And at present, she is an assistant professor teaching education. She is teaching 2 courses at the University of Canberra, Australia. She has a PhD in the use of the internet for teacher professional development and mathematics teacher and learning. She was previously a research fellow with the Research Institute of Professional Participant Learning and Education in 2013 until 2014. Doctor of Law at the School of Education at University of Witwatersrand, South Africa in 2011 until 2012. And she also the lecturer in State University Surabaya. Siti has worked as a teacher trainer for in-service and pre-service teacher from Indonesia and Southeast Asia, and as a consultant in mathematics education. She has worked on research project in collaboration with the World Bank and is currently undertaking a 3-year project funded by the Australia Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to promote mathematics education in West Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. She has many researches and publications, and her research interests are the use of technology to enrich mathematics learning and for teacher professional development. Then, assessment of teachers' mathematics content knowledge for teaching, and the use of social media for teacher professional development. Well, for this season, Miss Siti will have 40 minutes to present the material and 20 minutes for Q&A session. Okay, well, without further ado, I would like to welcome our 5th keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Siti Maheswari Patahuddin, PhD. Miss Siti, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Eva.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. In here, afternoon, but in Australia is morning, right?
In Australia, at the moment, it is 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh,
so
6
it is
o'clock in the
night time. So we have 4 hours difference.
Okay.
Yeah, we are ahead 4 hours.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone. It is a real honor for me to have this opportunity to share my ideas and experiences in this very, very special conference. I would like to also allow me to say thank you to Ibu Nelly Fitriani, who has been communicating with me and organizing this event for me. Thank you. And I would also like to thank you, Pak Wahyu Setiawan, who's as a chief for the committee for this conference, and thanks so much for all the personnel in IKIP Siliwangi. Thank you. Today, I am going to share some of our study. I said ours because I would like to share some of the studies, not only from my own studies, but also from my team in a STEM Education Research Center. So if you don't mind to allow me to share my screen, I would like to share my screen for my presentation. Okay. All right.
Share screen.
Yep. Let me share my screen if that's okay. Okay. Let me see if it works. Share my screen, desktop 1. Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone, can you see mine? All right.
Yes, we can see.
Today, I am going to talk about the STEM practices approach to research and innovation in STEM education. Before I continue my talk, I would like to ask Ibu Dr. Eva, what language do you want me to use? I can speak Bahasa Indonesia fluently, but I am also happy to speak English if you want me to speak English. So it is up to you, Ibu Dr. Eva. I can't hear Dr. Eva. All right. Okay. So let me introduce my research center before I talk about the content. Okay. I am working at STEM Education Research Center, where we have lots of projects in education, particularly in STEM. So we have variety of research, including research that prioritizing education for, or not prioritizing, but also narrowing the gaps between disadvantaged communities and more advantaged communities. We also have lots of engagement in Indonesia. We had a project of promoting mathematics engagement and learning opportunities for disadvantaged communities in Indonesia. So you can see from this picture that we had engagement with Indonesian teachers. So since I moved to Australia, there are lots of works that I have done related to Indonesian education, including running professional development sessions at the University of Canberra or in Indonesia, developing lots of modules, sharing good practices, and engaging the teachers with the latest technology. And also particularly working a lot in women empowerment. So you can see what we have done here. We have lots of professional development. So what I am saying here that we have been doing research within different contexts, including in Australian context and in Indonesian context. So for today's presentation, I would like to present some similar aspects with what I presented in Taiwan. So 3 key ideas that I would like to talk today. It's about STEM education. The second one is STEM practices. And the third one, I would like to share one type of reasoning or one type of thinking that is really important for STEM success. Okay. Yeah, STEM education, maybe it is a very popular term, okay? But from here, I would like to emphasize that we try to avoid a typical views about STEM. So what is the typical view about STEM? People tend to consider that STEM is like scientists or mathematician or engineer or a computer scientist. Jadi teman-teman, dari sini saya ingin menegaskan bahwa tim kami mencoba berusaha untuk menghindari pandangan yang umum tentang STEM. Kebanyakan orang memandang bahwa STEM itu adalah merupakan kumpulan dari bidang atau profesi science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Ketika orang mengatakan STEM, sometimes or it is often that they think about this profession. But what my team is doing is we avoid this view, because what we are thinking about STEM, it is not only about the content but also the process. Okay, we don't say that STEM is a combination or it's a sum of science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Kita tidak melihat bahwa STEM itu adalah penggabungan atau jumlah dari science,
science ditambah teknologi, ditambah engineer, ditambah mathematics. Tidak kita mendefinisikan seperti itu, tetapi menjadi lebih besar dari itu. Yang diutamakan di dalam penelitian kami, konten itu sudah otomatis, tetapi yang menjadi latar depan itu adalah proses. Maksudnya apa? The process is STEM thinking and practices. So, what we always ask ourselves, how do we equip young people with the knowledge, skills, and values that enable them to achieve success in a broader sense in this rapidly changing world? Okay, so what we are saying about STEM practices, we prioritize these three elements: ideas, methods, and values that I am going to discuss it further. Okay, kok seperti itu Ibu Siti misalnya? Kenapa bukan mengedepankan konten? Sebab kami mengatakan bahwa diperlukan skill di mana semua orang memerlukan STEM thinking. Cara berpikirnya STEM, cara berperilakunya di bidang STEM. Karena apa? Orang yang sukses dalam STEM itu kecenderungan mereka, hidup mereka menjadi sukses dan lebih sejahtera. Padahal yang kami lakukan atau yang kami pikirkan adalah setiap orang memerlukan STEM thinking. Everyone needs STEM thinking. Everyone needs STEM value. Jadi, para petani, para nelayan, para tukang beca, para peternak, they all need STEM to be able to success, to be able to alleviate lots of uncertainty in the future. Oke? Apakah ini sebuah hal baru? Bukan hal baru. In Indonesia, we know lots of terms related to our concept, but what is really important is how do we apply in the real world. Okay, now allow me to talk about these STEM practices. The first element is ideas. Okay, the ideas, what we meant by this one, it is problem finding. We are capable in identifying problems. Findings and validating evidence. We need to provide good evidence, valid evidence in our daily life. So when you make a claim, when you say this is successful, what are the evidence? Can you validate? Can you have enough evidence for that? Okay, questionings, proposing ideas, designing and building, exploring and challenging, they are all very critical. That's the first element. The second element is method. Yeah, method. So what do we mean by method here? It includes generating ideas. Ideas is we develop ideas continuously. Yeah, we need to generate ideas, good ideas. We need to process information effectively. We need to encode and decode information. We need to interpret the information correctly. We need to present clearly the information that we want to communicate to other people. Another one, we need to use appropriate languages and vocabularies. We need to be able to use tools to produce artifacts. We need to really think critically, so that they are methods in STEM practices. Okay, the third element is also very critical. They are values. And this is really appropriate with our curriculum when we really want to emphasize about character building, about values. What do we mean by values? So when you design lesson, when you think about how to practice the STEM, we really need to think about building student curiosity, building values of fairness, imagination. We need to open, we need to stimulate imagination. We need to encourage creativity or creating spaces to be creative. We need a skill for teamwork, and we need to build a value of persistence. Ya, gigih, bekerja dengan kelompok, kreatif, bisa imagine, selalu berimajinasi, harus mengedepankan keadilan, harus mendorong rasa keingintahuan. Nah, if you ask, for example, what do we know about STEM thinking from our research? What do we know from our research from our research center? Okay, this is an interesting part. Students with strong special skills are more likely to pursue a STEM career after graduation. Di sini dikatakan bahwa apa sih yang kami temukan kaitan dengan STEM thinking di penelitian kami. Ada satu jenis penalaran, ada satu jenis cara berpikir yang telah diidentifikasi. Kalau seseorang mempunyai satu jenis berpikir tersebut secara kuat, maka kemungkinan untuk mereka masuk ke bidang STEM yang selama ini kita anut sebagai profesi STEM yang untuk orang-orang elit, maka mereka mempunyai peluang yang lebih besar ke arah sana. Apa yang dimaksud skill, cara berpikir apa yang dimaksud itu adalah spatial skill, keterampilan spasial. Dan ini yang akan menjadi presentasi saya bagian kedua atau ketiga. Nah, the second point is that STEM performances is positively connect with spatial reasoning abilities. Mereka terkait sangat kuat, ya, kaitan antara performance atau prestasi STEM dengan kemampuan berpikir atau kemampuan bernalar spasial itu berhubungan secara positif. Dan yang menarik adalah bahwa kemampuan spatial ability ini bisa dilatihkan. Dan ketika mereka menghadapi aktivitas atau situasi kompleks atau aktivitas-aktivitas baru, ternyata spatial and visual skills are highly critical. They are highly critical. Okay, another one that our program help children to enhance their mathematics and STEM literacy. Jadi program-program STEM yang kami kembangkan di research center kami itu sudah terbukti meningkatkan prestasi matematika maupun literasi mereka. Oke, nah yang juga sangat menarik adalah ketika kami melakukan 3 studi kasus tentang STEM in real world, STEM in practices. So we did a study in America, 1 case in America, 1 case in Australia, and 1 case in Indonesia, which is in NTB. So we examine what elements of STEM practices were exhibited by the school in NTB. Okay, what we found from our study, our case studies, we were very excited that in Indonesia, there was a case where the STEM practices were applied in their school because they apply the three components of STEM practices: the ideas, the values, and the method, which were problem findings, proposing, designing, and building. And they really emphasize the values of curiosity, persistence, teamwork, creativity, integrity, and also the method about thinking critically, generating ideas, and using tools to produce artifacts. So what happened in this school? There are lots of activities that they implemented at school. For example, they have a program of planting tree. Ya, jadi mereka itu punya program menanam pohon, dan ini di sekolah ini berada di sekolah Islam di NTB. Mereka juga membuat toko. Nah, anak-anak belajar dan anak-anak menghasilkan produk, ya kan? Memproduksi artifacts, dan artifacts itu dijual ke masyarakat sekitarnya. Mereka juga mempunyai catfish farming entrepreneurship. Jadi mereka memelihara ikan dan dijual ke masyarakat, begitu juga mushroom cultivation. So they conducted their school while a normal school while implementing this STEM. So students could really see the connection between mathematics, between science and technology with the real world. Okay, so now this is a case study, but if I go back to my presentation, that one thing in STEM thinking, one thing in STEM, one way of thinking, it is called spatial reasoning. So I would like to talk more about that, okay? So spatial reasoning in STEM practices. I mentioned this skill, but what do we mean by that? What do I mean by that? It is not a new term, particularly for people from mathematics, because we are dealing lots with geometric, with two-dimensional and three-dimensional. And here it is about spatial reasoning. It's about penalaran spasial, ya. What do we mean by that? These are two definition that I would like to share with you. So spatial reasoning is a form of cognition needed for daily activities, since it is related to one's ability to manipulate objects in space and to process information in visual forms, including pictorial properties such as shape, size, and color. Jadi dia merupakan salah satu jenis kognisi, ya, yang memang dibutuhkan dalam kehidupan sehari-hari, yang tadi banyak diimplementasikan oleh siswa-siswa di Nurul Haramain di NTB. Karena itu berkait dengan kemampuan seseorang untuk memanipulasi objek, ya, di dalam pikirannya. Mereka bisa memproses informasi itu dalam bentuk visual. Jadi kita bagaimana melakukan manipulasi, misalnya di dalam mengatur objek-objek di dalam, katakanlah contoh yang sangat simpel, misalnya ketika kita ingin membeli perabot rumah, begitu ya. Kita tentu tidak membawa perabot rumah untuk disusun-susun di rumah kita dulu sebelum dibeli, tetapi kita membayangkan, kita memanipulasi objek itu, kita bekerja dengan objek itu secara mental. Itu sangat terkait dengan spatial reasoning. So spatial reasoning involves the ability to represent, navigate, interpret the world around us. Yeah, that's our team from STEM Education Research Center. Let me give you several examples of tasks related to spatial reasoning. and they are included in different construct of spatial reasoning. Number one, this is one example, and this is a representation of spatial visualization. Okay, one types of spatial reasoning is spatial visualization. These types of tasks that we can give to the students. Imagine for the first line, you can see they fold it. Okay, imagine a paper, a piece of paper, you fold it from you fold it up, all right? You fold it up, and then after that you make a hole. So if you can see my mouse here, so the last picture of the first line, that's when the paper was folded and then we created a hole. So now imagine you unfold the paper. Yeah, you unfold the paper, you open it, and after you open the paper, you can see two holes. Okay, so the test, one of the types of tests that we used in spatial reasoning test is the third line in that paper where you have pictures. On the left side, you see two pictures, a paper that was folded, and you already created a hole, and you have to choose 1 out of 5 options. So in the test, the above problem will be presented as follows. Okay, in the test, you are presented with a number of figures. The left of the line, in here, that's the test, and then the right side is the options. So this is an example of the test. So let me give you maybe 30 seconds to think about this. Imagine you fold the paper down, and then you fold it to the right side, and then you created a hole. And what does it look like after you unfold the paper? Everyone. So what is the answer of this task? Jadi ini contohnya ya, salah satu contoh dari spasial visualisasi, di mana kertasnya kita lipat ke bawah, lalu kita lipat ke samping kanan, lalu kita berikan lubang, kita lobangi. Setelah kita buka kembali papernya yang gambar 4 itu, seperti apa bentuknya, jawaban mana yang benar? Silahkan yang mau menjawab. Ya? D. D, yes, well done, excellent. Okay, all right. Well done. Yeah, the second task is this one. Yeah. Okay. Imagine we have lots of objects here. We have car, stop sign, a building, a flower, a cat, a traffic light, and trees. Sekarang bayangkan ya, Anda membayangkan diri Anda sedang berdiri di posisi kucing dan menghadap ke bunga. Oke? Dan menghadap ke bunga. Jika posisi itu saya letakkan di lingkaran, Anda berdiri di posisi kucing, yaitu di tengah-tengah, ada titik di tengah-tengah, kemudian Anda menghadap ke bunga. Sekarang di mana posisi mobil? Anda harus melakukan cara berpikir orientasi spasial. Di manakah sekarang letak sisi mobil? Jika Anda berdiri di tengah-tengah di tempatnya kucing dan menghadap ke bunga, yaitu di titik A. Di mana posisi mobil? Let me give you time.
E. In the position.
What position?
D.
D.
It
Okay,
is
let's ask. Thank you so much. I don't know who will answer this question, so let's give another chance to other people. Is it really D? So imagine yourself berdiri di tempat kucing, menghadap ke bunga, menghadap ke bunga. Mari kita menghadap ke bunga, oke? Apakah D atau B? Oke. Semua menjawab D ya. Well done, excellent. So this is also spatial thinking. This is called spatial orientation. Jadi kalau spatial orientasi itu, orientasi spasial itu, kita berpikir seakan-akan kita bergerak. Ya kan? Seakan-akan kita bergerak. Kan tidak mungkin kita secara nyata melakukan itu kalau kita diperhadapkan pada tes. Oke, maka itu dalam satu konferensi yang saya lakukan, ada peserta yang menjawab, sekarang Bu Siti, kenapa sih kalau masuk ke perguruan tinggi itu dites kemampuan spasialnya seseorang? Pertanyaan yang bagus sekali. Karena apa? Karena kemampuan spasial itu telah beratus tahun ditemukan bahwa dia menjadi prediktor kesuksesan seseorang. Jadi, kalau orangnya kuat dengan spatial reasoning, kemampuan mereka untuk menyelesaikan masalah kompleks, kemampuan mereka untuk menyelesaikan studi secara sukses, itu kemungkinannya sangat besar karena dia menjadi prediktor. Nah, kalau kita tahu bahwa dia menjadi prediktor kesuksesan seseorang, mengapa kita tidak latihkan sejak usia dini? Mengapa kita tidak latihkan dia selama di sekolah? Oke, nah ini salah satu contohnya. Dan tentunya ketika kita memikirkan ini cocok untuk siapa saja, cocok untuk bidang pelajaran apa saja. Oke? The next one, this is quite difficult. According to our research, this construct mental rotation is quite challenging. Oke? Perhatikan gambar pertama. Kemudian dua dari gambar tersebut itu adalah objek yang sama. Hanya karena diputar sehingga kelihatan berbeda. Sekarang coba dicari dua objek yang tepat sama dengan gambar di atasnya. Ada yang bisa jawab?
Third column.
Ada yang jawab 1 dan 3. Konsisten 1 dan 3 ya. Kalau begitu boleh nggak saya persilahkan seperti apa sih cara berpikirnya kok bisa menjawabnya 1 dan 3? Metode apa yang digunakan? Maybe Neneng, Robi, or Adi Hilwa can share their thinking. Okay? Silahkan. Ayo, siapa yang ingin menjelaskan cara berpikirnya? I would like to hear you sharing your ideas, your thinking. Neneng? Bu Neneng?
Yes, Miss.
Yeah. How did you imagine? How did you come up with 1 and 3?
I think the main object I turn around.
Yeah.
And first I saw the left is have 1 in the bottom, and in the upper have 3 cube. So when it's turned around, the same object in my mind is picture number 1 and number 3. Because number 1 has 1 cube in the bottom and has the 3. The same too for the picture number 3. That is Miss.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you, Bu Neneng. And you can see here, everyone, the way you have different way of thinking. This one, ya. Jadi ketika menyelesaikan soal ini kan beda ya cara berpikirnya, ya enggak? Beda banget kan? Makanya dia menjadi satu konstruk tersendiri. Beda. Nah, ketika teman-teman memecahkan masalah ini, beda juga ya cara berpikirnya. Membayangkan melipat, membuka, itu beda cara berpikirnya. And that's why in our study, we particularly categorize 3 spatial reasoning construct, yaitu spatial visualisasi, spatial orientasi, dan spatial orientation and mental rotation. Oke? Nah, itulah salah satu. Terima kasih banyak Muhammad Rifki and Robi about your reasons in solving the problem. Well done. So in solving this problem, it seems you decide a benchmark. All right? You have a benchmark. Some people thinking about imagine rotating that object, but here I could also see that when you imagine, you also think about the angles. That's interesting. Okay, so in our study, what we did, there are many things that we have been doing in relation to spatial reasoning. Kita ada banyak studi. Nah, ini bagi mereka atau bagi teman-teman yang sedang S3 atau sedang S2, bahkan yang sedang S1 dan mengambil dan melaksanakan penelitian akhir, ini adalah salah satu topik yang sangat populer. Even baru-baru ini untuk aplikasi grant nasional yang sangat bergensi di Australia untuk bidang pendidikannya, itu ada 2 tema tentang spatial reasoning yang diterima. Tim kami memenangkan grant tersebut dengan dana sekitar, kalau dirupiahkan itu sekitar 4 miliar rupiah untuk melihat kok bisa sih spatial reasoning itu berkorelasi kuat dengan matematik. Kok bisa sih dalam penelitian kami ketika kami melatihkan spatial reasoning, kok bisa punya dampak transfer? Kok matematikanya meningkat? Padahal matematika tersebut tidak diajarkan selama periode intervensi. Kok bisa dengan melaksanakan pembelajaran yang membangun spatial reasoningnya, bahkan dalam waktu 3 minggu, kok bisa berpikir spasialnya bisa meningkat, prestasi matematikanya juga bisa meningkat, begitu. Jadi itu semua menjadi tugas kami selanjutnya untuk benar-benar mengeksplorasi kok bisa itu cara berpikir itu bisa menjadi prediktor yang sangat kuat, dinamikanya seperti apa, hubungannya seperti apa, begitu ya. Nah, tema-tema yang kami lakukan dalam penelitian kami, I gave you here 4 major themes that we have been doing in our research center. Yaitu pertama adalah mempromote spatial reasoning pada early learners sejak TK. So in Australia, what they worried about that less and less students are interested in STEM subjects. Kalau sudah di SMA, banyak anak yang mendrop atau tidak mengambil pelajaran matematika dan sains. Jadi ada kekhawatiran pemerintah Australia dalam hal ini sedemikian sehingga saat ini mereka menginginkan STEM thinking itu dibangun sejak TK. Oke? Sejak TK STEM thinking dibangun. Itulah makanya we have received a huge amount of funding from the government to be able to strengthen STEM thinking for early learners, yaitu di TK. I sent several links to Ibu Nelly Fitriani, the links, YouTube link that explain about our ELSA program. Okay, we can play some of it in during this time. The second one, we also have spatial reasoning study in primary school and in high school. And particularly for myself, I am working on pedagogical tool to develop SR. Jadi tim saya di STEM itu ada banyak. Ada pakar teknologinya, ada pakar saintis kognitifnya, ada ahli pedagoginya, ahli konten, dan seterusnya. Tapi saya sendiri itu banyak ke arah pedagogi. Yang menjadi penelitian saya adalah, kalau mau membangun spatial thinking anak, seperti apa cara mengajarnya? Nah, itu yang menjadi penelitian saya. Seperti apa? If you teach problem solving, you have to have a certain method to do it. If you want to develop questioning skills, you have a certain method to do it. For example, problem posing. Okay? You have method of problem solving, or you have a method of direct instructions. So now, what can we do if we want to develop spatial reasoning? What pedagogical method do you use? Untuk ini, paper kami juga sudah publish tentang cara bagaimana pedagogi seperti apa atau cara pengajaran seperti apa yang bisa kita lakukan untuk membangun spatial thinking-nya anak. Oke, mungkin untuk yang ELSA ada baiknya saya mainkan videonya ya. So we can have a video. So let me share my another screen to play the video. Okay. All right. So the video that I am going to present right now is a video of our ELSA program.
Please.
Yeah, is it okay?
Video. There is.
Okay, so let's see if you still can.
Miss.
Yeah.
Video about STEM.
Yeah. Yes. For early learners. Untuk anak-anak PAUD.
Do you have give the video to?
Yes, but let's see if I can play from here. Let's see if you can.
Yes.
Can you hear the voice?
Saya ingin menceritakan tentang early learning STEM Australia.
Oh,
ELSA. ELSA adalah program pembelajaran
Yeah, Ibu Dr. Eva, how about the sound?
The sound, okay, but it's too low. Can
Too loud?
maximum the voice, the sound?
What about this one?
Bagi anak-anak usia dini untuk mengeksplorasi sains, teknologi, engineering, and mathematics dalam lingkungan bermain yang menyenangkan. Memungkinkan anak-anak untuk bermain, bereksperimen, dan memahami dunia di sekitar mereka. Kerangka kerja STEM practices yang digunakan Elsa mendorong anak-anak untuk mengajukan pertanyaan, membuat prediksi, mencoba berbagai hal, dan bertanya apa yang terjadi dan mengapa hal tersebut bisa terjadi. Elsa telah dikembangkan oleh tim ahli pembelajaran anak usia dini di University of Canberra, dipimpin oleh Profesor Tom Lowry, bersama perusahaan pengembangan aplikasi kelas dunia dari Australia. Elsa memiliki 4 aplikasi untuk anak usia dini yang memuat 16 game yang berbeda. 1 aplikasi untuk guru, dan 1 aplikasi untuk keluarga. Aplikasi Elsa memiliki karakteristik yang unik di pasaran. Ini adalah satu-satunya aplikasi STEM untuk anak-anak yang dikembangkan berdasarkan penelitian ilmiah dan praktek pengajaran selama puluhan tahun. Aktivitas menggunakan aplikasi digital hanya merupakan sepertiga dari total keseluruhan aktivitas pembelajaran. Selebihnya, anak-anak terlibat dalam aktivitas non-digital yang tidak kalah menarik. Aktivitas menggunakan aplikasi digital digunakan untuk mempersiapkan anak-anak ke pengalaman dunia nyata yang akan memperluas pengalaman belajar mereka dan mengurangi durasi mereka di depan layar. Ada aplikasi tentang pola dan hubungan di mana anak-anak berlatih mengurutkan, memilah, membuat pola, dan menerapkan konsep pola dalam aktivitas harian secara berkelompok. Ada aplikasi tentang lokasi dan susunan, di mana mengembangkan pemahaman tentang posisi, lokasi, susunan, dan orientasi menggunakan peta. Dalam aplikasi tentang representasi, anak-anak melakukan aktivitas terkait penguraian kode, pembuatan kode, penyusunan kode dengan ketentuan tertentu, dan memperbaiki kode menggunakan alat musik. Dan ada aplikasi tentang empati grafik, di mana siswa akan mendapatkan pengalaman mengamati, mengusulkan, memverifikasi, dan menjelaskan suatu kejadian, menampilkan berbagai hewan khas Australia. Salah satu aspek yang paling menarik dari aplikasi Elsa adalah anak-anak dapat membuat konten mereka sendiri, berupa rekaman suara dan foto menggunakan fitur mikrofon dan kamera, dan dapat saling berbagi dengan teman-teman mereka. Konten ini nantinya dapat digunakan dalam aktivitas lainnya untuk anak lain di kelas. Di setiap aspek, program Elsa telah disesuaikan dengan kerangka belajar anak usia dini dan juga kurikulum Australia untuk tingkat dasar. Oleh karena itu, Elsa menawarkan aplikasi yang kaya secara konseptual untuk anak-anak dan peluang nyata bagi anak-anak untuk terlibat dalam praktek STEM yang penting bagi mereka sebelum mereka memasuki sekolah formal. Jika Anda ingin tahu lebih banyak tentang Elsa, kunjungi situs website.
Okay, so you can see from that example that we implemented the ideas of STEM practices. Okay. The three elements, the 3 key elements of STEM practices. So let me see maybe a couple more minutes to present about the next part. Ya Bu Eva, mungkin 2-3 menit lagi gitu ya supaya ada waktu untuk tanya jawab.
Sorry, Miss Siti, I can't hear your voice. Can you repeat again? Would you mind to repeat your speak?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I have several more slides if you don't mind. The next slide is just to show you this is the STEM program for the elementary school that we have.
Okay.
And these are the evidence about the impact. So my colleagues have 3 different papers here with 3 different projects. It was STEM practices, spatial reasoning intervention for 10 weeks, 3 weeks, and 6 weeks. The first one, jadi menarik kan di sini ya. Kalau teman lihat kelompok intervensi itu yang dikenai intervensi itu yang hitam. Yang kelas kontrol itu yang biru muda. Ternyata kenaikan atau persentase kenaikannya itu bisa kita lihat kelompok intervensi, kenaikan prestasi matematikanya itu ya perbedaannya itu sangat signifikan. Bisa dilihat ya. Padahal selama 10 minggu itu dia menggunakan program spatial reasoning dan mengganti lesson plan guru matematikanya. Jadi tidak belajar matematika seperti biasanya, tetapi menggunakan skenario kami, lesson plan kami. Yang kedua juga menarik karena itu hanya 3 minggu. Oke, tetapi yang 3 minggu itu sudah ada alat digitalnya. Alat digitalnya. Ternyata juga terjadi peningkatan di matematikanya. Peningkatannya di kelas intervensi jauh lebih tinggi. Ya, terjadi perbedaan yang lumayan signifikan. Begitu juga di SMP begitu. Jadi itu yang terakhir yang saya kemukakan tadi, ini adalah salah satu yang saya coba lakukan di NTB, mencoba mengecek konsep pedagogi yang kami lakukan untuk mengembangkan spatial reasoning-nya guru, spatial reasoning-nya siswa. Jadi guru menggunakan visualize, predict, and check heuristic, di mana anak diberi kesempatan untuk memanipulasi mental images selama belajar matematika. Diberi kesempatan untuk memprediksi dan melakukan verification terhadap manipulasi spasialnya untuk memonitor penalarannya. Jadi ada banyak paper-paper yang kami terbitkan kaitan dengan ini. Teman-teman bisa langsung melihat website kami. Di website kami ini ada SERC ya, STEM Education Research Center, ada banyak paper di sana atau banyak video-video yang mungkin bisa memberikan inspirasi buat teman-teman. I think that would be that's enough for me to explaining the ideas and looking forward to having your questions. Thank you.
Very interesting. It's really interesting
Thank you.
Use STEM, yeah?
Yeah.
STEM in early school until junior high school that you have research.
Yes.
And the spatial reasoning is connecting or correlated with the way someone to solve the problem.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Siti, for your informative and interesting talk. Maybe the audience can search edu.edu.au, yeah, for more information. Okay, very well, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are come to question and answer session. There will be 20 minutes for Q&A session. Please mention your name and state. And there will be two-door prizes for first 2 questionnaires. Any question, please raise your hand and I will call your name and you can unmute your mic. Okay. I can't see the name. Pak Fahri, Mr. Fahri, Mr. Ramdhani. Please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. When I see the video, I think playing puzzle, maybe it's some special thinking simulation. And my question is, what is the difference between spatial reasoning and spatial thinking? And according to research, that spatial ability of men is better than women. Is that true? Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, what was the second question?
The second question is, according to the research, that spatial ability of men is better than women. Is that true?
Is it better than
women?
Oh,
maybe it's not true, or
did you say women? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So you were talking. Yeah. Okay. Good question. Thank you very much. So some people say spatial thinking, some people say spatial reasoning. So both of the term used interchangeably. Okay. They meant the same, but they use different terms. So when you write something, when you write the paper, you need to decide. It's okay to use spatial thinking. It is also okay to use spatial reasoning. Jadi kalau dalam bahasa Indonesia berpikir spasial atau bernalar spasial. Di dalam banyak publikasi kedua istilah itu digunakan untuk maksud yang sama. Jadi kalau menulis paper sedapatnya konsisten. Kadang-kadang saya juga menggunakan dua istilah itu, tetapi ketika menulis paper pada waktu editing akhir, saya mencoba mengkonsistenkan, menggunakan salah satu term aja. The second one, if I am not mistaken, you were asking about the spatial reasoning in terms of the gender, okay? So, many studies shows that men has a better or higher spatial reasoning skills. Oke, jadi banyak sekali studi yang menunjukkan bahwa laki-laki itu lebih bagus berpikir spasialnya. Tetapi yang menarik adalah salah satu profesor yang memiliki tadi tes spasial orientasi itu dia melihat bahwa ternyata ketika objek itu ya, jadi kalau teman-teman tadi mengingat saya punya slide yang kaitan dengan spasial orientasi, coba saya share lagi gitu ya, so you know what I am talking about. So let me just share this page, share my screen, and this one. Ya, nah ini salah satu profesor di Amerika melihat bahwa kalau objek kucing ini diganti dengan objek manusia, itu ternyata prestasi atau hasil tes spatial reasoningnya perempuan itu tidak lebih rendah daripada laki-laki. Ya, menarik ya. Jadi ternyata objeknya ini menentukan kalau kucingnya ini diubah menjadi objek manusia, ternyata prestasi perempuan dalam spatial reasoning itu tidak jauh beda, bahkan bisa lebih tinggi. Nah, hal yang lain lagi dikatakan bahwa kalau perempuan diberi kesempatan di dalam proses intervensi itu berlatih spatial reasoningnya, ternyata kemampuan spatial reasoning antara laki-laki dan perempuan itu tidak berbeda, sama saja. Nah, banyak hasil penelitian mendiskusikan mengapa kok di dalam banyak penelitian berpikir spasialnya laki-laki itu lebih tinggi daripada perempuan. Karena apa? Anak laki-laki itu sejak kecil mereka diberi banyak kesempatan untuk berlatih berpikir spasialnya. Mereka banyak bermain toys. Mereka banyak mengeksplorasi alam di luar. Tetapi yang perempuan biasanya itu lebih banyak di rumah, tidak diberikan Lego, tidak diberikan permainan-permainan yang misalnya yang berupa mekanik, karena dianggap, itu mainan laki-laki. Ternyata itu merugikan pertumbuhan cara berpikirnya perempuan. Oke? Very good question. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Fahri.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ramdhani. And other question, please? Any other question? One more? Oh, Mr. Rijal. Okay. Mr. Rijal, Dejan Ahsan Nur Rijal.
Yeah, ma'am.
Please.
Can you hear my voice, Miss? Can you hear my voice?
Okay.
Yep, good.
But first, I am sorry. I can speak in English. Can I ask the question in Bahasa?
Yes, of course. I can speak Bahasa Indonesia very well. Thank you.
Nah, tadi Ibu mengatakan bahwa setiap orang itu berhak memiliki cara berpikir STEM gitu ya, Bu. Nah, apakah ada caranya untuk apakah ada cara untuk menerapkan cara berpikir STEM itu kepada seperti tadi kepada petani dan yang lainnya, yang profesi yang lainnya, atau memang setiap orang itu sudah memiliki cara berpikir STEM dan hanya kita itu ditujukan untuk mengembangkannya saja gitu?
Iya, very, very good question. Ada nggak caranya untuk melatihkan berpikir STEM-nya pada semua orang gitu ya? Sebenarnya ada. Tetapi di sini kan masalah kesempatan, ya kan? Nah, sekolah itu adalah space. Sekolah itu adalah opportunities to make changes, to create impacts. Sekolah itu adalah tempat mempersiapkan generasi depan. Dan bagi kami, saya bilang ke Pak, waktu datang Pak Dirjen hari Sabtu ya, Dirjen GTK, Dirjen PAUD, dan sekolah Dikdasmen, saya mengatakan bahwa di Research Center kami itu, kesibukan kami setiap hari selalu berkisar pada STEM for all. Ya, STEM itu untuk semua. Sehingga dikatakan tadi bahwa ya sekarang kita di pendidikan bukan misalnya keluar untuk bagaimana mengajarkan si petani untuk berpikir STEM atau apa, itu sudah agak telat gitu kan. Iya, sehingga yang kami lakukan adalah bagaimana membangun cara berpikir ini sejak dini di sekolah-sekolah. One thing that I always say to people, kita di Indonesia itu ada sekitar 50 juta pelajar. Ya, 50 juta pelajar. Itu kalau saya cek misalnya penduduk Australia sekarang, ada berapa banyak penduduk Australia? Population in Australia. Itu sekitar, saat ini sekitar 25 juta. Bayangkan ya, penduduknya Australia 25 juta, pelajar di Indonesia itu sekitar 2 kali lipat dari penduduk Australia. So we really have to think about how to apply this, how to develop, to build these STEM practices, STEM way of thinking to each individual. Karena STEM for all, kalau ada penelitian longitudinal yang mencoba tracking mereka individu-individu yang tinggi spatial reasoningnya, ternyata mereka itulah yang kehidupannya sejahtera. Mereka itulah yang berada di posisi-posisi atau pekerjaan-pekerjaan yang bagus. Sehingga dia benar-benar ketika kita menulis paper selalu menjadi latar belakang bahwa STEM thinking adalah, termasuk spatial reasoning, itu adalah prediktor terbesar kesuksesan seseorang di STEM. Nah, kita sudah tahu nih penelitiannya ya. Jadi ya kita ada jalan, ada cara. Nah, di Research Center kami itulah ada banyak cara yang dilakukan yang sudah dikembangkan puluhan tahun. Nah, maka itu teman-teman, salah satu kenapa saya berjuang untuk mencoba sharing video-video tersebut dalam bahasa Indonesia, because I really want di Indonesia itu dikembangkan. Ya, kalau di Australia kita udah dapatkan dana dalam 8 tahun itu sekitar 100 miliar rupiah hanya untuk mengembangkan program-program itu, karena pemerintah serius gitu. Gimana caranya membangun ini ya? Mudah-mudahan itu menjawab walaupun tidak secara langsung. But that's my dream, to really do something that is really significant, that create opportunities for everyone to develop their STEM thinking. Dan salah satunya adalah spatial reasoning. And maybe also I have to say that my latest study that just being published di satu jurnal yang top itu sebenarnya menunjukkan juga bahwa para calon guru kita, calon guru loh ya, itu lemah sekali spatial reasoningnya. Itu celakanya gitu. Spatial reasoning sudah dianggap sebagai kunci untuk kesuksesan. Celakanya lagi, si guru-guru itu banyak yang lemah spatial reasoningnya. Bahkan hasil penelitian saya menunjukkan bahwa masalah yang sederhana bisa dikerjakan kalau diaplikasikan spatial reasoning, dia justru kemana-mana dengan satu halaman penuh dengan rumus. Ternyata tidak, karena dia langsung berpikirnya ketika melihat soal, wah bagaimana ini rumusnya, gimana cara menghitung-hitungnya, tanpa melakukan inspeksi spasial dulu gitu. Ini strateginya kemana ya? Tanpa melakukan manipulasi, visualisasi terhadap permasalahan tersebut. Makanya ini menjadi topik penelitian menarik bagi mahasiswa S1, S2, dosen-dosen, mahasiswa S3, dan seterusnya. Okay? Yeah. So now I am trying to get the Indonesian government to support this agenda to be able to promote this way of thinking. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Miss Siti. Very interesting. So how to develop the spatial reasoning to our pre-service, yeah? How to develop our spatial reasoning thinking to our teacher, for our teacher, right? Okay. Okay, it is the end of this season. Thank you very much. For participants, for 2 participants, will be get the door prizes. They are supported by Kandaga Computer and Erlangga. Thank you for the who has asked the question. Okay, and for the presenter, for Miss Siti, thank you for coming in our in this session. I'm so sorry. And we would like to give you the e-certificate, and here it is, the e-certificate.
Oh, thank you. Beautiful. Thank you very much. And can I say one more thing, Ibu Dr. Eva?
Yes.
Yes, I forgot to make an announcement to everyone. I'd love to see you all in Sydney. Jadi pada tahun 2024 itu kita ada konferensi terbesar pendidikan matematika di dunia ini. Yang pelaksanaannya sekali 4 tahun, dan pada tahun 2024 itu pelaksanaannya di Sydney. Oke? Jadi ini seperti Olimpiade. Sekarang kan terjadi misalnya FIFA World Cup ya. Seperti World Cup-nya lah pendidikan matematika. So please make a plan to come to Australia, to come to Sydney. I will welcome you. You need to plan so you can present a poster or a short communication. Please come. All right. Your rector will support us. We can also ask for support from the government. So please be prepared. And I hope to see you. Okay, everyone. I hope to see you in Australia, in Sydney.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Miss Siti. It's really interesting to go to Sydney.
Yes, please come. Okay.
Okay. Okay. It is the end of this season. Before we close this panel, I would like to read the word that you wrote in your profile. Reflecting back on her learning journey, on your learning journey, you really believe that being the true learner means not to be afraid to face new challenges, make mistakes, and learn from those mistakes. It's really meaningful. Thank you very much, Miss Siti Maesuri Patahudin, PhD, for your informative and interesting talk. We really appreciate you are here. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we come to the end of the presentation. We would like to say thanks again for the presenter for her information and interesting talk, and to audience for your active participation. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. I really apologize for any shortcoming and mistakes. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much once again to Dr. Eva as our last moderator for this event. Before we are signing out from this event, we have 2 books. We have 2 books as a door prize for you, all the participants. So please give or click the raise hand feature on your Zoom, just only for 2 lucky participants for today. We have 2 books from Erlangga. So please, you just say the testimony or comments during joining this event. So we are going to look a big screen. Who are 2 lucky participants for today? The committee, please. Would you mind to help me? The 2 lucky participants, please just deliver the testimony or comments during this event of the 4th ASAME 2022. Okay, who are they? The first one? Just click the raise hand feature on your Zoom. Okay, we are waiting for the 2 lucky participants for today. The first one, okay. Don't be shy, just give the comments or testimony, right? It's very, I think it's easy like a piece of cake. All right, who are they? We have 2 books, the door prize from our sponsor. Okay, while we are waiting for the 2 lucky participants for today, on behalf of the committee, would like to say thank you very much for all the sponsor. The first one is Wadma, and then BRI Bank, BTN Bank, Handaga, Erlangga, and CV Rapijaya. Okay, we have the 2 participants. Neng Reska, okay. Okay, Neng Reska, hello.
Okay. Okay, Miss.
All right, Neng Reska, please give the comments or testimony for our event today.
Okay. I am Neng Tresna Nurjana. I just little English, Miss.
It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay, don't be shy. Yeah, you can mix in bahasa ya, Neng Rizka.
Okay, mix. It's my first experience, Miss, for international seminar gitu, and it's so nice for me. And I want to saya ingin ini lebih lagi belajar gitu, Miss. Seperti itu.
Oh, many
it's nice for me.
event.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Neng Reska. Congratulations. You got 1 book from Erlangga. Please give applause.
Thank you.
One more. This is the 1 lucky participant. Okay. Maybe you can just open the microphone and give the comments. You can say it in Bahasa or English. It's okay. It's not a big deal. All right. One more. Who is he or she? Yeah. From the participants, the committee, would you mind to help me? Nadira. Okay, Nadira. Yes, Nadira, please.
Yes, thanks, ma'am. I would to thank for the committee for organizing this seminar, international seminar. So I have amazed experience about this seminar, and it's a challenge for me in the future to more brave talk English in the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nadira. Congratulations. You got a book from us. Congratulations, Nadira. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, all the participants, on behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you to all the remarkable speakers, and then the participants, and also all the presenters. Now I'm Sharina signing out. Thank you so much. See you next week. See you next week. See you next year. See you next year on the same event also. Stay safe and healthy. Okay, so wait up. We have many announcements, baby. Give me a sign. So maybe all the participants will ask about how to get the certificate. Oh, yeah, one also. The attendance list. Don't forget to all the participants can fill in the attendance list after this session ends. So please make sure that don't forget to fill in the form of attendance list. The committee will share and the chat Zoom. Okay. Sorry, I didn't wear my soft lens. Okay, so the seminar kit and also the certificate, also the door prize will distributed by the committee later on. So make sure all the committee here will contact you, all the participants, the presenters also, and the winners of the door prize and the winner of the poster competition. Yeah, so just be calm, and please, if the committee contact you, just pick up. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you very much. See you next year in the same event. I hope we in the good condition for the next year, and stay safe, stay healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.